wishing for good times, but refusing to involve yourself in efforts to right the wrongs of society, you're effectively betraying your country. When you're young, it's easy to forget that by not speaking for justice and writing for justice and walking and marching for justice, you're effectively as guilty as the corrupt robbing public funds, as guilty as those parasitic politicians for killing pregnant mothers due to lack of medicines in hospitals, as guilty as those reactionaries for selling the soul of Uganda to force yonder. It's easy to forget.
Back from that break, that is what we call poetry right there. That is Kagai Peter Ngobi's work at Nabisunsa Girls, one of the traditional schools in Kampala in Uganda, one of the strongest schools, girls schools in the eastern part of Africa, right here in Kampala, right here in Uganda. And you can see what this gentleman is doing with the poetry clubs in Nabisonsa Secondary School, and we're going to see a little bit more about that. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I want to encourage everyone, first of all, to send in their kisses and disses to you. Those who have to send kiss.
Bring.
Yes, but I want to take you straight, Peter. Welcome back to the program. Peter, our topic today is, I'm going to ask the team to put it up there for everyone out there, is looking at defining and distinguishing poetry, prose, and drama in Uganda and beyond borders. I will repeat this. Defining and distinguishing poetry, prose being style, and drama in Uganda and beyond borders. Now,
yes,
always when we talk about this, you of course have a very elaborate, write-up there. If you look at your, the first work which you brought out was Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. We want to know what inspired that. Was that your first work? And while you throw in a little bit about those three things that we've talked about, defining, of course, and distinguishing the difference between the prose, the drama, and of course
the poetry
in behind it. So many times we don't know which one is which, and we want people to understand from the creative industry talk what this really is about. We're talking about defining that moment, given the COVID-19 situation, given the education system that have been completely, down for the last 2 years, and we're being told that suddenly there's a possibility that we're not going to open, come 2022 or thereabout. And COVID is throwing a lot of things there, but dive into it.
Well, so distinguishing prose poetry and drama.
Yes.
This is an academic question.
Yes.
So let me just be frank with it. So we have literature. Literature can easily simply be defined as the creative expressions of a given culture, of a given people. And it is normally done through writing, through singing, through speaking. Now, literature is that creative expression that focuses on the written word. As you hear the word itself, literature, literate, meaning to write. Now, we are going to restrict ourselves to three things. So we talked about prose, we talked about poetry, we talked about drama. Now, prose is that kind of creative expression that is more elaborate. Flow, it is more elaborate. So if you're reading a novel, if you're reading a short story, if you're reading a biography, that falls within an essay. That is in a form of prose. Now poetry is more rhythmic. It is briefer, and in most cases we use a lot of descriptive and colorful language. So if you look at a novel and a poem, what a novel can say in 200 words, a poem can say in 1 page. Now, those are the differences between the poetry.
That's the difference between these. Yes.
Now, when it comes to drama, the way you hear the word, Drama is language in action.
Yes.
Language in action.
Yeah.
So drama is that kind of written literature where you capture characters talking. But from what they talk, for you the reader or the listener, you can infer what is taking place. Yeah. So drama is always, it always takes place when characters are either talking to themselves or they're talking to others. Yeah. Now, now as Kagai, I have had the chance of practicing all the three. Yes. I have written some prose, I've written some poetry, and I've written some drama. Now, it is the drama that you wanted me to comment about, Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. Yes. So, my friends and I wrote a play. We're a team of 6. Yeah. Now we're a team of, we started out at 6, but now we are 5. Yeah. There is a poet, who is myself. Mm-hmm. There is a percussionist, a drummer. Okay. Now he's in Brazil, but he's Ugandan. Yeah. There is a break dancer, Abraham Stecher. Yes. There is a big girl. And there is an actor called Biamukama. And we came together, people from different, even when we were doing art, people from different walks of life. Yes, that's the guy. Yes. Now imagine Abraham being Romeo, being part of the play. And this time, we've asked him, rather than fight, but to break dance. Yes. So we came together and we wrote a play called Romeo and Juliet in Kampala. We imagined Romeo and Juliet were living in Kampala, and the story was a Kampala story. So what happens? So we wrote it in 2019. We staged it here in Kampala, and then also staged it in Germany and we did it again this year at the Africolon Festival. Yeah. We basically Ugandanized Shakespeare. We Ugandanized the story. Yeah. Then I've also worked on other plays like Arrest the Poem, which we featured at the Baimba International Festival in 2018. We wrote another play called Tokubatota. Tokubatota was also featured at the Baimba International Festival in 2017. And then I wrote a one-man play called The Audience Must Say Amen. Yeah. That one was adapted from my poetry book, the first one that I published called The Headline That Morning. Yes. And it also featured at the Kampala International Festival and also the Africolon. Somehow the Africolon Festival loves my works. Yes. To the writers out there, for me, what I would want to advise you is that when you are a writer, in as much as it is important to know your voice and to know your niche, it's also more important to also be flexible. Now, for me, as Kagai, my poems have been adapted into drama, where even when you are writing a poem, you don't remain rigid and say, for me, I only wrote my poems, they are supposed to be published, they cannot be performed. I think as an artist, you must allow your works to grow beyond you. Team up with visual artists and see what pictures they can draw out of your poems. Team up with fashionistas, see what kind of costumes they can develop. With songwriters, see what kind of songs they can develop. Because if you don't allow your literature to grow, then it cannot feed you. And for the times that we are living in like these, for these COVID times we're living in, it's very important that as artists we allow our works to grow into all the genres that they can grow into. So if you're a poet out there and you write your poems and you keep them in your books and then, put the book under the pillow, let me tell you, that is not a place where your poems should be. Your poems should be outside there with musicians. They should be with the graphic artists, They should be with fashion designers. They should be with theater directors, so that you can allow them to become products that are beyond just, poems on a page. Yeah. Wow.
On that note, Peter Kagai, we want you to just give us an understanding of the 3 things that you have talked about in a poem.
In a poem.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes. On the spontaneous, if you're looking at, if I want to see the good example of prose, of a definition defining and distinguishing between the poem, the prose, and the drama.
Yes.
Yes. I know you match 3 of them in one go.
Yeah.
We're going to put you in a spotlight just so that somebody out there can actually understand exactly, practically what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Here is Peter, and we want to hear from you. If you're a poet, if you're a drummer, if you're a writer, please. I think that Peter is giving you something very interesting. Let's dive into it right now.
Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. But before you go, turn your ear towards the night sky and hear the sound of the raging storm. Hear the vociferous fury. The Sandra Brigade is seething as it comes together to march in a single force. Someone ran very fast and announced the trouble. Someone ran very fast until someone is in trouble. Sana fuziridde kalala nkoma omusana gwakira ku bikukuju enkoko za KFC twazirisiza nkuku nyina makovu. The rumor is ripe for harvest and the village has gathered to know. Someone ran very fast and announced the trouble.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Peter. Peter, I mean, we're learning quite a bit from you on the creative industry talk. I want to take you straight to my next question. What is your work schedule like when you are actually writing these plays? Because there's another thing. What frame of mind must you be in, or must I be in when I'm writing? You've been writing for some time. You've been across the borders, across Europe, across Americas. What has been the experiences you pick from there, and what is your schedule like when you're writing? What kind of frame of mind should one be in, or are you always in when you're writing to put this beautiful work out there?
I think now I can recognize it. I can say there are 2 frames of mind that I'm always in. One, there is when I am writing work to be performed. And I am deliberate about, I envision the audience that I'm going to be with. Perhaps I even already have the contract and I'm told, you write this play or write this poem, it's supposed to be for this purpose. And I put myself to that target. And so that influences the decisions you make. For example, the books I'm going to buy to read. Because that is where, for me, the resources go in research. Who should I consult about this particular topic that I'm supposed to be writing about or performing about? So there is that frame of mind. But then there's also the frame of mind of the leisure writer who is with friends and then someone makes a joke and then it tickles your mind. And so where you are writing for yourself, you're not really writing to deliver. You're just writing a beautiful kind of work. So for me, there are 2 types of frames of mind. So for the very first one, I have a process. And for me, the process is, I take it like an assignment. So I'm going to write about a topic, I write the topic down. I ask myself about in what languages do I want it to be, I take note of that. What other ideas do I want to explore? What are the themes I want to explore in this particular topic? I write them down. Who has written about them? I go and buy those books. It could be an academic book, it could be a drama book, it could be a novel, it could be a poetry book. So then I start reading about that topic. Then in the process of reading about it, I am listening to what people are saying, I'm listening to the radio, I'm watching TV, I'm on social media, try to tap into the vibe of what are the people saying or thinking about this. Then, and that could sometimes take a period of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Then after 2 weeks, of reading and researching and listening to people, then I start writing the poem. There is that deliberate process. Yeah. Then for the second stage where I'm writing for myself and I'm really writing about what inspires me, that I can do anytime, any day. In fact, sometimes I task myself to say, you know what, yes, I want to write 100 poems this month. And it doesn't matter whether they're going to be the best poems or not. For me, what I want is my deliverables at the end of the month,
Yeah.
at the end of 30 days, I must have written 3 poems every day. So you write a poem and I say, I'm going to write a poem when I wake up. I'm going to write a poem after I've had my lunch. I'm going to write a poem before I sleep. And I'm going to just be writing about the things that are happening in my day. So you sort of document your life, or you make a diary of your life through poems.
Yeah.
And these are things you're not going to share with anyone, things that you may not even like. So, but what I recognize most importantly is that the moment I decided to become a writer, I said this is my 9 to 5. The same way a lawyer wakes up, an engineer wakes up, they leave work, they go to one office, they have a boss they account to, they have deliverables at the end of the month. I, as a writer, even when I'm my own boss, I have to give myself deliverables.
Which is disciplined.
That discipline is key. I know so many people who decided to become writers because they are lazy. They didn't want to go and do other things and they thought they could just get away with it. So they come into this world
Yes.
of creative writing and they slack.
Yes.
You know, guys who write one book in 6 years, you know, they write 3 poems and they recite 3 poems for 5 years. And you're wondering, where is your effort going? And you're still wondering why creatives are broke. You know, we need to put ourselves to that question and ask ourselves, what are we doing to make sure that we produce more and more and more and more and more and more and more? Because it is in producing this a lot, that we can get the best out of our generation. Wow. If you know, even when we say these are, you see, even when we say these are our talents, yeah, it should not be an excuse for us to avoid the hard work. Yeah. You know, we keep saying that, you know, writing is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. You see, in fact, we write more. We find ourselves writing more when we are less inspired than when we are inspired. Right. If you're going to wait for inspiration to hit you to write, you're not a writer. You are a waiter. Writers write. Like lawyers, and engineers, engine things, doctors. We writers write. Whether you like it or not, whether you're unwell or not, whether you're broke or not, it's what you do. So the most important thing is to come up with a routine that's going to make sure that you keep producing. You keep, the Irish people say, here in Uganda we say you are as broke as a poet. Yes. The Irish say in Uganda we say you're broke you're as poor as a church mouse. As church mouse, yes. The Irish say you're as poor as a poet. So, unless we want to keep in that vicious cycle of poverty, of writers or artists always complaining to our government here to Yambe, if we want to break that cycle, we have to also break our cycle of indolence. Yes. We have to be prolific. We have to come up with routines that push us to keep producing more and more and more and more. Because that's what our economy needs.
Wow. Peter, hold it right there. We're going to go for a break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, talking to Peter Kagai, who is a poet and he is a writer, a lawyer. I think I love what he's saying, that if you're a writer, if you continue to sit and don't write and wait for inspirations to write, you are a waiter. That's the line for the day today. Stay right there. I'll be right back after this break.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay.
Yeah.
So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tonatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it there.
I want to know from you, you know, and of course somebody who's watching this show either from here or a child watching in Myanmar or wherever they're watching, or in Congo where we're watched very much, would want to know, if I don't have the money and I have the passion and I have the zeal and I have the drive, but money is also needed to start it, how do I start? Where do I go? At least for you, your father gave you 300,000 to go and do a course. We don't know whether you spent the whole school fees or you only spent 1 month, took part of the school fees. What happened? How did you start, you know, your fashion? Did you get money from somewhere? How should one start if I want to start? And I was like, Kasozi.
I think we should try to be close to people who love what we do, basically. Yeah. Because even me, I managed to skip from that low level to another level because I had networks. Yes. Just me and Mia meeting Gloria Wavamuno changed my mind. Because I used to be Muyayona Street. So someone introduced me to Gloria Wavamuno, that I'm good, me I didn't know. Then, yeah, I lost my phone like over 2 months.
Yes.
So surprisingly, I got a text from Gloria. Customers have been looking for you over the last 3 months. Then my mind was like, the daughter of a tycoon is looking for me. I was even moving on Loom Street.
Yes.
So that changed my mind and started respecting myself a bit. Like, somehow I'm important. If someone important
is looking for me,
that's opened my mind and started to know that I need to be serious, have a skill, have a business, and also work more with my fashion, because by then I was still an amateur. So I never had money to go to buy books, and no designer could invite me, So I got to know basically all the knowledge through Aristotle, but I couldn't afford any book. I could go open and feed the mind. I move out, I make notes before I forget.
Yes.
We sit in the darkest corner of my vast mind. Rhymes, metaphors, and I. A friendship for 15 years and a million demons we share. Our feet shackled together. Today is just another day in prison. Another failed attempt to escape this compulsion. Compelling my resistance to this attraction of paper and pen. The urge to pick up this ink and stain this white is overwhelming. An agonizing ecstasy. My mind brimming and bursting at the seams with words and sentences. Drowning me, choking me with desire to write.
so dark, so painful, so sweet, allowing me no peace until these words are allowed to flow from the gooey matter of my brain, through my veins, out of my fingers, into this pen, through the ink with which I jot this down. In this moment, I realize I've become a prisoner of my talent. Yes, I say talent not with vanity, I say talent because in days such as this, it ceases to be a privilege. It turns into a jail cell I've tried to break from, but each time I attempt an escape, I fall right back harder. Now I realize this was never my decision to make or to change. I am part of a separate entity of spirits who live by the pen. We teach, we correct, we rearrange, we give thoughts, opinions, and ideas wings with which to fly. And so, at a time like this, when these emotions are running high and screaming for release, and my entire being feels like I was created for this, I know that this is not a gift. This is an obligation.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, talking to Mr. Peter Kagai, who is a poet, a writer, a theater writer, and a drama writer. That's the man in the studio today on Creative Industry Talk. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
I want to just remind everyone out there that we're live on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. Go there, share it far and wide. And I want to take a moment, Peter, to just read a couple of questions coming in from people in the diaspora here. I'll start with one person in Germany. Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing my OB to the show. That guy, I was with him in school, and the stories talked about is true. He's always been a bookwormer. Not little wonder he's ended up as a writer.
OB, what's up? Good to hear from you.
Yes, and another one here says, I got another lady here called Susan, all the way in the US. I stayed up the moment I watched, and I read that Peter was coming into the program. Thank you very much. Busoga, oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
And of course, I want to read a 2 or 3 more questions. There's somebody in London who says, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing Mr. Peter Kagai on the show. I'm a writer, and I wish we could amplify what Peter just said before we went for a break. We writers are always lazy. Those who say they are writers and cannot write constantly or cannot even write 3 or 4 pages daily are not writers. A writer worth their salt must always write at least 3 poems a day, and if you are writing a book, you must not go more than 2 years without writing a book. In a year, you should have written at least 2 books, even if you have not published. Wow.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
we got some writers out there who are coming. This one is coming from the British Council in Kampala. My name is Susan. I work with British Council in Kampala. Thank you very much. I know that guy. He's a great, talented guy. We've worked with him before. Shout out to Peter Ngobi. That the words, man, if you're not a writer, if you're waiting for inspiration, you're a waiter. I don't want to be a waiter anymore. Well, Peter, I guess we got some love coming out from people there. Share your kisses and dishes coming to us. We want to hear it. I've got a very strange Ugandan sending a message from Denmark, one of the universities there. I live and work in Denmark, and of course, I'm a Ugandan, but thank you very much, Peter, for coming to the show today. I love what you're saying. I think if we continue to amplify our voice to say, instead of waiting for government to yambe, creatives should always hold their power back. That's what Peter is saying. A creative mind is a mind that is bigger than a politician. Politicians are not creative. They use the creatives to move forward. What Peter is saying is true. So why then are we waiting for these guys to tell us what to do? Yet we should be telling them what to do. in our writing. You can write a poem, you can write a story to address your member of parliament or your LC or whoever you want, or the leader in your society, and they will listen to you because people will always relate to what you are saying, which they usually don't pick attention to. Thank you very much, Creative Industry Talk, for bringing such great, interesting minds to the show. Peter, over to you. I think you can see that a lot of people were reaching out, are talking about the same thing, making this possible and allowing this opportunity to come to people. I want to take you to your next question as we hasten to the close of the show. Peter, what would you say is your interesting writing quirk?
What quirk?
Yes.
Oh, what do you mean quirk? If you don't mind me asking.
The word quirk is Q-U-I-R-K.
Ah.
Yes, the one that you poets likes to use the most.
Quirk.
Yes. What is your most interesting, you know, what I would say, the most interesting writing time of the day?
I'll break it down that way, yes. Okay, I write anytime.
Okay.
The point is, when do I edit?
That's where you've got the quirk,
yes. My quirk is at 3 a.m.
Okay.
I believe in the night. I believe in the quietness. When it all feels like the world is fast asleep, and you know when silence speaks to you. Yeah. But for me, the effort in writing, actually, the great work in writing is not in the writing itself. It is in the polishing of the writing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can even write a poem right now, off air. I can think of lines, but now the whole idea of now, you know, interrogating the thoughts, you know, developing the patterns you want it to have. You know, thinking of, you know, the listening audience, all those. 3 a.m.
Wow. And my next question is, how do books get published? This is a question that came in from somebody. A viewer wrote and said, can you ask him, how do books of poets get published?
Let me just break down. Okay, two ways. There is self-publishing, and then there is traditional publishing. Self-publishing is where the writer wants to do it themselves. You want to be in control of the production process from the word get-go up to the end point. So from the word get-go, I mean from preparing the manuscript to printing the book at the end of it all. So, but the processes are simple. So you develop a manuscript. Now, according to Makerere University, and I'm giving a standard that at least is that can be publicly interrogated. According to Makerere University, your manuscript should have about 30 poems. At least 30 poems. Then after that, you take the work to an editor. And then that editor is the person who helps you to polish it up to make sure that it is legible and it is worthy being consumed by readers. Then after that, the manuscript is forwarded to the designers, the layout designers and cover designers and illustrators if you wanted to have some pictures. Then you have to go to the Uganda Society Library to get the international standard book number. It is only 30,000 shillings. It is that barcode that each book should have, so that it can be internationally sold in all public places and be catalogued in all libraries. Then after that, the book goes to printing. You have to find the appropriate printers for you. And of course, there are the proofreaders that you also have to hire. Then after the book has been printed, now the book has to be sold to the market. So now thinking about distributing the book and making and giving it visibility. And that's it. Now that is a process that you can do as an individual. You can hire people to give you those services. You can even have your own logo that you'd want to attach to your books. There is that. The second process is where you find a publisher who does this work on a daily, and what you do is you sell them your manuscript, or you come up with a legal arrangement where you become co-owners of the copyright in that work.
Wow. Peter, there's a book up there called The God Prayers.
Yes.
Can you take us through the God Prayers and actually give us one of the poem in that book?
So The God Prayers is a poetry collection written by Ita Patience Mbeki. Mbeki she's now a PhD student at Makerere Institute of Social Research.
Yeah.
But by the time we published it, she was a teacher at King's College Budo. So what we were doing then was promoting literature among young people by encouraging their teachers to also write.
Wow.
Because the idea was if the students see their teachers publishing, then they would also want to they'll be more confident to also think of taking on publishing.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have all the poems in that book
Yes.
Offhand, but I can tell you about a poem there that I like.
Yes.
There is a poem in there that I like that is called of absentee wives and mothering housemaids,
yes.
Where she is an author,
yeah.
She is a woman who is talking about, why I like this poem, she's talking about how the modern day woman today has abandoned her domestic responsibilities to the house help.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And so, and you see how house helps become wives and mothers in their homes, where they're replacing the role of actually the wife, because the wife has also become a man.
Yeah.
So I really liked that poem in that book.
And in the next book, which you have out there, I mean, if you just put that book up quickly,
yes.
Ungodly Hour. What do you mean by Ungodly Hour? And what is this? This is a Kitara Nation Poetry Series 4.
Yes, now, Ungodly Hour, this is a collection of poems by students from Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga.
Yeah.
Like I said, this project that we're running of publishing these books was about promoting the culture of publishing.
Yeah.
There is literature taught in schools, but the culture of publishing is not there.
Yes.
So for us, we wanted to make books cool. We wanted to make publishing cool. So this is a book that we published from Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga, and Ungodly Hour is one of the poems in there.
Okay.
And the poem itself, as you can see the cover, it is an hourglass, and there seems to be a lost soul that is drowning.
Yes.
And in that poem, these teenagers are talking about the things that they do at home, at night when their parents are asleep. You know, so the book talks about the drugs that they take, you know, the nightlife that they have that their parents do not know, and it's
because they are soul searching.
Yes, because they are soul searching. It's talking about this darkness that they grow up with, that their parents don't ever get to see, because when their parents see them, they are seeing them going to church and they think these are holy people. Yeah. Yet ultimately they have these demons that they are fighting, and they come out at night. They come out at that ungodly hours.
Wow.
Yes.
Let's talk about the poetry
bungalow.
Bungalow,
now,
yes.
These are students of Seta High School, Mukono. And again, from the same idea, promote the culture of publishing among young people. Give them the confidence to know that your words are valuable, that they are worthy of being published in a book and read and taught and loved by others. So Poetry Bungalow was that project that we did at Seta High. And for them now, what we found interesting about these poems is now Poetry Bungalow is this is a mixed school. So the poems that we have in here talk about the artificial relationships that students develop in mixed schools, where, you know, the school tells you you should not mix with boys. It's a mixed school, but boys sit the other side, girls sit this side.
We went through it in a Seventh-day Adventist school. Very strict. No, there's always a line drawn in between here, boys. You cross, you get enough stroke. Continue.
Yes, I'm telling you. And this book actually interrogates that culture. Okay. So there are these poems that talk about how, you know, students live in plastic atmospheres where they are always competing with each other, comparing each other's flaws, and not willing to help each other grow. And yet they're living in an environment that is not allowing them to express themselves honestly.
Poetry Bungalow.
That's the Poetry Bungalow.
Wow. Well, if you're joining us, it's a Creative Industry Talk. We're talking to Mr. Peter Kagai Ngobi, who is a poet, a theater poet, a drummer, a lawyer, and is the man who is the Publishers World. He is the co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Kitara Nation, right? And you can see the work of Kitara Nation right out there, you know, showing far and wide. Peter, I want to ask a question coming from the viewer up here that says, thank you very much, Peter, for that answer on the publishing. That's really good. I wish we could have people talk more about this for young writers like some of us. I didn't even know that you have to go through this. It looks so very elaborate, but thank you. My question goes to Peter. Where do you get your information or ideas for your books, Peter?
Where do
The viewer is asking, yes, where do you get your, you know, where do you get your information or ideas for? I guess she's saying, how do you develop your ideas? So I know we talked about it, but you could throw more light on it again.
No, everything comes from research.
Yeah.
Research and reading.
Yeah.
And probably this is what I mean. The process of, when I write a poem, I'm not thinking about writing. Okay, the process of compiling a book is not the same process of compiling a poem.
Yes.
When I'm compiling a book, I'm getting a collective of my thoughts I have gathered over time.
Yeah.
And I want you to know me through my poems I have written.
Yes.
So that means that first thing that I have to consider is what are my interests?
Yes.
What are the things that speak to me when I'm writing?
Yeah.
You know, because when you want people to know you, you want them to know you about the things that are personal to you.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing you consider. Second thing you consider is who is going to read? In what language do they speak? In what language do you write?
Yeah.
So I am a Musoga, but right now I mostly write in English language.
Yeah.
So when I'm putting my books together, I know that I am targeting English language readers. Where do I find them? How do I find them? How do I market to them?
Yeah.
So you think about, for me, most importantly, a book, even a poetry book, it is a storybook. Any book you put together, why they call that book a page turner is because whatever you put on that page is going to encourage that person to open the other page, to go deeper and deeper. So you have to be careful on what you put on the first page, the second page, the third, the fourth, because it must be connected from the first cover to the
next cover. Eddie, thank you very much. Just before you end the show, can you please ask Peter, when did he first publish his first book and how old were you?
No, I first published when I was, actually, I first published when I was 29.
Yeah.
My first book, the headline that morning.
Yes.
It was the first book myself published. But before that, my friends in the Lantern Meet had published. I'm a late bloomer.
Daniel
Nuamanya.
Yes, Daniel Mutembesa.
Yes, they are.
Yes,
wonderful.
yes.
That generation.
Yes. I have been around that circle.
Yes, surprised. I'm surprised. So our first book was in 2012.
Yeah.
And by that time, I was already out of campus.
Yes.
It was called Broken Voices of the Revolution.
Yes.
Now, the first book I worked on with my own hands was in 2013. It was for my students at Nabisunsa Girls School. They were in S4, and we published for them a book.
Okay. And then I have a last question here, which is coming and saying that, what do you like to do when you are not writing, Peter?
When I'm not writing, what do I like to do?
Yes.
What do I like to do? Anyway,
we know you're already not practicing law when you're not writing.
When I'm not writing, I am reading. If I'm not reading, I am watching. I am blessed to be a publisher. So either I'm reading other people's works, or I am scouting for talent. So I'm going through social media looking for writers to publish. My work is, honestly speaking, I am a writer. I do most 99% of my life. I'm either writing or reading.
Yes. And as we hasten to the close, before we take the next steps of question about being on stage and performing on stage, Peter, what does one, or rather, what was one of the most surprising thing that you learned in creating your books, or creating books for others, or writing books for others? What's the surprising thing that you can talk about as a publisher, as a writer, as a poet? Yes,
those ones are many.
Remember, we are talking about defining and distinguishing
I think
the poet, the prose, and the drama in it.
I think there are quite a number of surprising things.
Yes.
One is don't ever expect your friends to support you.
Yes.
I think the biggest mistake you can ever make as a writer is to listen to people tell you, hey, you publish, we shall buy. Me, I'll buy 100 books.
Yes.
Me, I'll buy 10.
Yes.
And then you bring the book, and then that's when they remember, I have bills to pay. I think for me, the biggest lesson I have learned in publishing is ultimately, if you want to make this a career, and you want it to be a success, avoid marketing to friends and family.
Okay.
Because you first and foremost will avoid disappointment, and that disappointment that brings disillusionment.
Yes, yes.
So when you're target strangers. We see how you go to a show and you don't expect to see only family and friends.
Yeah.
The people that turn up are the people that matter.
Yeah.
So for me, because all over time I've been producing books and wanting my friends, but your friends are your friends not because your friends like you because of you, not because you are a writer. So when you try to force your passion on them, it might even distance them. I have siblings who have never read my books. And we meet every day, but reading is not their thing. So if I become emotional and I'm like, yo, Enoch, you're my kid bro, you're not even buying my book, then I'm actually killing off a market. I'm giving off a wrong vibe. Yeah. But if I target the reader, who is a stranger, but that person who loves reading, then that person is always even going to help me grow my business because they're going to market me to other readers. Yeah. So I learned that very fast. Yes. Avoid the obvious. Avoid thinking that your friends will support you, your family will support. They love you as you, not because of you. In fact, they don't even understand your art things. So look for the people that art. And for me, by the way, this is very important because most of us get frustrated when we don't see our friends supporting our hustle. It is not that they don't want to support us. These things are not for them. They also have their own passions. Yes. So I learned that. Secondly,
third, actually.
Money. I want to talk about money.
Yes, third is the money, yes.
Whether you like it or not, you will not escape the question of resources. Yeah. And you must have answers.
And you can't produce all these things without resources.
You must have, unless you're going to wait for manna and quail to drop from heaven, but you must provide the answer to that. No one else is going to. Yeah. Don't think that there is someone with a basket of money waiting to just dish it to you. So you have to lobby. You have to know who to talk to in the industry. You have to know why it's important to start companies, why it's important to have a tax identification number, why it is important for you to know where to get the Uganda registration services, the Euro holograms. You need to know the business. You need to know the industry, so that way you can know who to go to when you need that particular kind of help. Without that, you'll keep on writing in the dark, and that's why your writing will stay.
Talking of that, Peter, we are coming to that part of the show that is really very interesting, and I love what you have said, that the three things I picked from you. Number one, you must love what you're doing. Number two, you must not force your friends to love what you're doing. Target those who you know are going to buy. Know your readers. Yes. And if you know that these are the readers, these readers, when they will pick and give it to another reader, and they will recommend, and that will be number three. You talk about money being key. You are not going to write these things for no money, and if you don't have the money, you cannot produce this. And if it is not sellable, then your friends won't buy it, however good you are. Because Sylvester told us here, look into your phone numbers. We had Sylvester Kabombo here last week, and he talks about if you look into your phone book and you don't find 50 people who can buy your ticket to come to the concert, then you are expecting the festival people to bring you in or the promoter to bring you in, yet you yourself can't have 100 people. Then you need to go and delete your phone book or stopped. If not, go back and start all over again and make sure you create that from there. That's a big lesson we're picking from there. It's all about resources, because the artists have struggled and have failed. Peter, as we close the show, let's talk about your first time on stage in Kampala. You have been working with Bayimba and doing some stuff with Bayimba and training with Bayimba. We talk about the schools. But let's talk about what opportunity did Bayimba actually present to you. And when we talk about Baimba as the foundation, and you said the first time you performed there, what was the experience like? Take us through, and what have you been doing to try and leave your legacy in that space?
Yo, Baimba changed my life. Literally, it changed my life. And Baimba, I'd always known about Baimba for a while, and Baimba had known about me as well. I was part of a poetry group called the Lantern Meet of Poets.
Yes.
And so between 2010 and 2014, Baimba used to feature us at the various festivals. Yeah. In 2014, I went solo. And I started, and I was still at Nabisunsa at the time, and wanted to do a poetry festival. And I reached out to Baimba for help. And Baimba told me, you know, Peter, one day we shall help you. Maybe you're not in the position to do so. Then in 2016, I'd started Kitara Nation. And this is after I spoke directly to Faizo Chiwewa. I was young then. I was just from law school. I wanted to figure out this thing. And he tells me, Peter, you know what? If you want to figure this industry, we need structures. You know, as poets, you need to create organization. You need to create structures which can also other organizations can interact with. So my friends and I started Kitara Nation. And through Kitara Nation, Baimba managed to link us to Africalia, and that's how we got our first grant that we used between 2017, actually up to 2020 to 2021, to promote poetry programs in schools. And then between that time, between 2016 and 2021 also, we had an opportunity to present, to make theater poetry productions at the various Baimba Festival editions. So it was not even no longer just one call. Now it was contractual. Every year, Kitara Nation had to create a theater poetry product to be showcased at the Baimba Festival. And
this is what we're seeing here on stage.
Yes, and those are the young poets that we worked with from schools, and now they are at the festival. In fact, in one of the slides, you will see my mother on stage with us.
Wow.
Because we also said, no, it's not enough for us to just be working together. Let us invite our parents to come through as well. So for me, the first thing that Baimba, as I said, for me, as an artist individually, it helped me recognize the importance of structures, the importance of coming together as with young poets, for us to be able to create companies that will help us deal with other organizations. Secondly, Baimba gave us the platform to showcase our various talents.
So was this also still at Baimba?
Yes, that's still at Baimba. The poet with a cape is a poet we found from Busoga College, Muiri. And you can see there is a guitarist just behind him playing. So for us, we believe in song poetry, so merging music and poetry. And here he was we were doing a theater. This is actually Arrest the Poem. We were doing it at Lunkulu Festival. Next to him is Luz the poet. At the time, he had dropped out of school and he had nothing to do. And so he felt he wanted to be a poet, and he didn't have to go through the challenges some of us had to go through. And he came to join us. Next to him is Don Wanyama. Don Wanyama was the head prefect at Busoga College, Muiri, that year. And him with the gentleman with the cape at the back. They are the people who took school poetry to Busoga, you know, after this project. Next to them, you don't see the face, the guy with the kanga. He's called Nifrod Odot. For him, he was a poet from Namilyango College. So after this project, he also went back to Namilyango College and started a poetry club. So this is how the project has been running. And now that is the legend himself, Daniel O'Mara. Daniel O'Mara started, he was at St. Mary's College, Chisubi at that time. He started over 5 poetry schools before he went to Russia to study medicine and also start a poetry club at his university there.
Wow.
So these are the young people that we've been working with, and through Baimba, we have been able to give them a platform to, first and foremost, see that they are talented, and that secondly, their words can give them monetary value, because some of them are now doing this as a career.
Wow. When you talk about this, what would be your best advice to a young poet out there as we close the show? What kind of platform do they look for? Where do we find you? How does one interact with you? And how do we connect with you at Kitara? What's the best advice you can give us today, that when we go and think through it with this COVID-19 pandemic situation and endemic situation that we're in, and the confusion surrounding COVID-19, the uncertainty that lies ahead of us, how does an artist, a poet, stand out tomorrow to say, yes, I can continue to move with this hope, and it is possible. And how do I get my work to the hands of people who may not know I exist? Like the same way you got to Faizo, how would we get there on Baimba? Yeah.
Thank you. For me, what the advice I would give to any young poet out there is the advice that I wish somebody gave me. In fact, someone gave me and I rejected it. Learn your craft. Professionalize early. Learn how to professionalize early. It doesn't matter whether you're 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. Learn how to be a professional writer. How do professionals behave? Who do they know? Secondly, invest in knowing the people in your industry. You might be shy. Some of us, choose to write because we are shy. We don't know how to express ourselves. And now here I am telling you, go out there and be confident. Be deliberate about growing your reputation and growing your profile as a writer. And that includes talking to people or reaching out to people or researching about people who will help you improve on your profile. But even that is something that you don't just wake up one day and know how to do. Go to the University of YouTube. Learn. Teach, self-educate yourself about marketing, about creative writing. Know the best-selling books out there right now. Know the trends. Know your industry. Know the people. Know the people, because knowledge is the only resource that you have right now that will make you that dream. Every time you put that pillow down and you imagine yourself being as even bigger than Shakespeare or being bigger than Okot Pabitek, that thing that's going to push you is in the ability to be able to let people see your talent, to be able to argue and demonstrate your talent to everyone else. And it won't come from you just writing and putting your poems back in your book and then hiding them in your pillow. You have to be at the forefront of your career.
Finally, Peter, 2021 is coming to a close. We're going into a new year. You've been collaborating with Baimba Foundation. What plans do we have, in the days ahead, if any, and you want to share with us? I see a message here flashing from the messenger. Too many messages, over 500 on messenger. I can't read all the messages on messenger, but thank you very much, everybody. But just one saying that, how do I get into the program with Baimba that Peter is talking about? He's a poet, he's a drummer himself. He says he's a drummer artist. I don't know what that means. He's an actor. But want to know, how do they get, and is there any program for them in days ahead? Could you share some more light as we close?
All right. If you're interested in publishing poetry, for example, you can reach us. You can reach out to Kitara Nation. We have a website, our social media spaces. It's all Kitara Nation. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Our email is kitaranation.uganda@gmail.com. Reach out. Let's start a conversation. Yeah. Now, if you're interested in learning how to perform and how to write and how to perform, it's the same way. You can reach us. You can reach out to us on our various media platforms, and we shall be able to help you. Now, for those of you who have programs or projects that you want to run and you want to reach out to Baimba, you can go through their social. The beauty about the social media these days is that it has made it easier. To access some people where previously, you have to write a letter or you have to write an email. These days, just a messenger message is enough to get you, through that door. Yes, and now for those ones who would want to know more about writing and maybe marketing books, publishing, come and we talk. Reach out to us. We have a number of programs that we are running for poets. We have Verse in Vac. We have the Kitara Nation Poets Poetry Program that we also run, where we train ourselves and we train young people in theater poetry. Next year, if all goes well, we are also
this is next year, 2022.
Yeah, 2022.
Yeah.
We are bringing back the culture of poetry recitals if the government allows us to have public performances again. So we are coming up with a weekly poetry show in Kampala, and anyone, as long as you love performing poetry, you can come up with your poem and perform, you know. And again, if you have a manuscript and you want to publish, we are your guys. Just come and we talk.
Thank you very much, Peter, for coming to the show today. And first, I want to put a topic up there and just to remind everyone, you know, that we've been talking about defining and distinguishing poetry, prose, and drama in Uganda and across borders. When we say in Uganda and across border, locally here in Uganda, within the boundaries of Uganda, do we have, is it distinguished, defined? Is poetry clear? Do we see the prose when people perform? Do we understand what it means? That's what Peter has been sharing on the show today. And then, of course, we have been talking to Peter Kagai, who is the co-founder of Kitara Nation. Kitara Nation is one of the publishing house, and Peter himself is the publisher. He's a writer, he's a poet, he's a drummer, he's a theater writer. So if you have projects for him, please reach out to him. And we'd like to say thank you very much to everyone. We would like to say, Peter, that it's been really great, you know, having you on the program today.
Thanks for having
me. I want you to take this moment and close the show with a beautiful poem from Peter that closes. A piece from the Kitara Nation.
Wow. Freedom. Freedom is the music of voices stretched in our throats, reaching out to our hearts since our voices were once ghosts. Freedom is the music of voices remembering the ones we have lost in fright and in fear. Freedom is knowing in the morning you can open your heart's window and let the sun in. Freedom is knowing why a caged bird sings. Freedom. Freedom. That's me.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the show today. We want to say beautiful day. Stay in freedom, and please, freedom is opening up your heart very hard in the morning and let the sun in. Until then, Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. Edio Killer and Peter Kagai Ngobi signing out.
And one doesn't support conscience. Suspense pains, happiness with hurt, and he's with scandal. All is in silence, silence. A shell, shot, rattle. Leave the broom in the corner of the room. And when the shadow is behind your heels and the moon is full, go to the well and you will find a black stone. Pick it up. Pick it up. Move and don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back.
What can the men do okay, to promote women's sports, or basketball for that matter?
Yes, so today morning, someone told me, he made research, actually my brother, that these days the NBA actually facilitates the WNBA games to see that they're also somewhere. How about the NBL men starts doing something, not totally like investing in and all that, but it can be with the support system. It can be one very good thing, seeing that creating more opportunities for these ladies, putting up different games like, so as like women can be like seen or showing that these guys also like care. It can start with support, and then with time they can also like recommend whoever facilitates them to like partially have his thoughts somewhere on the women's team, so that like they can all go about like together, in solidarity. I think that can work. I don't think it's something big. It can start with support and then financially with time.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens, non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. L'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos des chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss, il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace, là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire, mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne lui faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, the brew ratio is I think the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I? Exactly. So if you don't master the brew ratio, oh, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
And one thing I would like to allude to or tell the other youth out there is we have to start creating our own solutions for our own problems. Otherwise, no one else is going to come from Europe, America, or wherever, to try and fix our own issues. So I would like to urge other youth, the other creatives out there, hit the ground running, go in there, try and solve the problem that your neighbor has, the problem that your friends have. And by creating those solutions, you can easily become the next big company of tomorrow, creating bigger solutions nationwide and on a continent level.
First and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really, really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. Although I'm saying this like there are so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first touched the basketball. Then 2008 when I joined Namibyango in Senior 1. I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors, if you remember him.
The left-handed.
Yes, and Omongin. Omongin, last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namibyango. I was in Senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. For us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on, because they were senior 6s, you are a senior 1. You just, the best you can do is watch. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started. Beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday 1, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that one. So one or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport, they would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing: throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in Senior 1, Senior 2. But still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a Rute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila, and this particular show today, we're talking to a young man from PG, the central part of Uganda, who is a fashion designer. Ras Kasozi, aka actually known as Charles Kasozi, is a Ugandan boy who is a fashion designer. And of course, you've had the first part of the show when we're talking to Kasozi about his background and how, you've been able to go across the world. Welcome back to the program, Kasozi. I know we talked about the background, and I like so far the story. It's very authentic, how it comes out, and how you got inspired into the fashion industry. The story with Wavamuno's daughter is quite a very amazing story right there, that somebody texts you and then you're able to realize, oh wait, I'm actually important. If Gloria Wavamuno is looking for it, means that there's certain value that she gives me which you are not giving to yourself. That in itself is a plus, going forward. Mr. Kasozi, would you tell us a little bit more about the journey from the local scene of fashion design here to the international stages that you've been able to go,
It's been quite challenging, but it takes self-confidence. Yes, from the start you need to know what you want. Like me, I've been an artist, like I'm born an artist, though not knowing which direction. I've tried all kind of art. Yes, and I always apply too much art in my fashion. Though as we grow, meet different people, and they tell you more about what you do. That's why I always say we need to be close to people who understand our vision. Yes, people who can support what we do. For example, for my first international platform, by then I was working with Babaluku, Bavubuka All Stars. Yes, I was part of it. Yes. And for him, is from this international scene. Yeah. So he grabbed all my photos and applied unknowingly. Yes, because he knew I couldn't understand that. So he applied after. He told me, Kasozi, you have a passport? I said, yes. Then he chilled it. He told me, yeah, next month, you coming here. I couldn't believe that, of course, yes. I know he was just encouraging me to work hard because I couldn't know that I deserve that or I can be part of that, because I was even the first African to be to Vancouver Fashion Week. Yeah, and Ugandan, you get coming from the ghettos. I was working from this corner. You get like a smaller place, paying 50K a month. You get so that wasn't my platform. So when it reached to 2 weeks after working on all the papers, told me you go to Canadian consulate and ask for visa fee. There, I got that I think it was a month before, I started to panic that it was serious. And with that month, I had to spend 2 months from Kenya processing the visa. You know, in our mindset, too many visa tebazigabai. And with art, you work with motivation. So every time I could try to get a piece of paper to sketch, I could get nervous, think of a visa, you get, I failed. Till after the 2 weeks, I got my visa and I started sketching. I remember I did my sketches even from the bus as I was coming back from Kenya. When I reached home, I started sleepless nights, you get. I made my collection in two weeks. That was 48 pieces. One person.
Wow.
And a miracle happened to me. I had to fly 3 days before the fashion show. And I planned to finish on that exact day. So accidentally, I didn't know, I left here the same date. I spent 18 hours on the way and I reached the same hours I left here. You get so I advanced like
24 hours.
Yes. So I got that extra day. To finish my stuff. But that changed my mind so much because I reached to Vancouver and they always go through your work. If it doesn't reach that standard, you don't showcase. I was on a big panic. But models showed me that I've passed that. Models were grabbing, fighting for my pieces. I never even wait for
from the local stage in Uganda here. To now model fighting for you, and this was your biggest stage. How many stages have you been in Uganda before this opportunity to go to Vancouver by
then? I think I'd done two. I'd showcased to Silk and Bayimba.
So first was Bayimba and then Silk.
Then my third was international.
Wow.
And on that show, I tend to be among the top 3 designers. And I was showcasing with Michael Kors, you know. So after that, people loved my collection so much, and I got another opportunity to showcase my collection again. I remember they were launching some electric car. They had produced. So I was their entertainer. So I loved the tour so much, and it changed my mindset because the love I got there, I never had it here. You get, so I was like, why my home people are convincing me? You get, so I came back very tough with another mindset. You get, fighting for myself.
I want to know from you, this is a very compelling story. If you're following the show, it's a Creative Industry Talk right here on House of Talent Television. My name is Edio Killer, and Kaz Kasozi is in the studio, or Kasozi Charles, who is Ras Kasozi, is on the program. And of course, we're talking about his journey to the national, from the national here, from the local stages in Uganda to the international platform in Vancouver, Canada. And that's a very fascinating story right there. Again, earlier on you talked about we need to surround ourselves with people who will inspire us. I want you to take us back. You are now in Canada. You have been, loved, and you came back with a different mindset altogether. Did you earn money, or money wasn't a biggest motivator at that point?
For them, it's automatic. It's the system. It's not about me.
Yes.
It's about the system.
Yes.
It's like however much you want to travel to Uganda without paying, the system is, they need your ticket in a bus, you get.
Yes.
So for them, they know the system, that fashion is a business.
Yes.
After showcase, for example, what happened to me after showcase, I thought, as usual in Uganda, after showcase, you pack your stuff in a suitcase, you go home.
Yes.
But for them, after showcasing, they had to announce my pop-up shop.
Yes.
Yeah, they got a big shop. I got a day. They put everything they had aside and display my stuff.
Yes.
So people came and purchased everything. And I love the way they did it. They were asking me, like I had a manager that time.
Yes.
She was called Christine.
Yeah.
She asked me how much this jacket, and then she had to teach me, now, you know, in Canada, you can't sell something from the runway, $300. That's very cheap.
Yes.
Yeah, like expenses are here high, and also the platform, you get.
Yeah.
So it helped me, she helped me to price.
Know the pricing, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
She did that, so I gave her the authority to do everything for me. And people were even booking before, they were testing us.
Yes.
I'm coming for this jacket. I'm coming for this skirt.
Yes.
You get. So it was really, really nice, and I sold everything. You know, when you're flying, you always have your shopping list.
Yes, yes.
I had my budget here, sewing machine, camera, you get. I got everything I wanted.
Yes. And so you came back from one chance given to you by the one and only philosopher, we call him the hip hop philosopher, Baba Luko. You came back with this money back to Uganda and you had everything you needed. Kasozi, let's talk about how did you meet Baba Luko, by the way?
As a youth, I never had friends, like basically when I was growing, like, you know, our mom used to try to tell us, like, as we're poor and it's okay. In this world, there are those rich people and then poor people.
Yes.
You get, so for us, we are born that way. Yes. And we shouldn't be struggling for
things that are for rich people.
You get.
Yes.
So I was very satisfied with my life. And I used to spend a lot of my time from home, within the house. Yes, doing the art, drawing, working with a machine. But accidentally, I went to Laba. No, there was a festival at Kololo. I don't remember the name. WAP used to be called WAP.
Yes, WAP, yes. WAP by the British Council, yes.
And I met these creative people, kids. Baba Luko had those kids rapping, painters, you get. And I said, I need to be part of this. So I met the team leader. Team leader told me, come to Machinje. He was there. So I went to Machinje. I met him. I think I used to go there every week. I went there for a month. And I was just doing nothing. Kids were rapping. Painters were doing painting. Me, I didn't know that I have even a talent. Till I said, I think this was going to chase me away. Every time I come, I just sit here. One day, I said, I think let me try to make a jacket. I didn't know that's even important or what. I started to make I went to a window. I got a very cheap jacket and stitched his face here. Like I have the ability to do portraits using a sewing machine. When I reached to the...
You stitched Baba Luko's face?
On a jacket I'd made. Everyone was very happy and amazed about what I did. So that's how I got also...
From the background of being there, just waiting.
I didn't know that...
Yes.
I know how to do repairs and making some small things, but didn't know that it was nice or what. So, you know, as a creative person, Baba Luko, so he will come to me, now, you know, I've done this, you can do this, and everyone was coming, other youth. That's how even I got even my brand name from there. So we used to have someone doing graphics came and say, Kasozi, now, you can swear, and let me make for you a logo, you get, and I got a brand name. Rappers used to come and tell me, you got to make for me shorts and stuff, you get. So I got the love and to know that, yes, fashion is good, and now let me settle to this.
Wow, wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're following the Creative Industry Talk anywhere across the world, Ed Yokila, Ras Kasozi here. We're talking about Ugandan fashion to the international fashion stage. What a story right there coming from Ras Kasozi. Charles Kasozi is his real name, as a Ugandan born, a Muganda by tribe, from the central part of Uganda. Your story is very fascinating, Kasozi. I'm enjoying the show with you today, and this is a very interesting Creative Industry Talk. I want to just encourage everyone out there, go on there and share the story of Ras Kasozi far and wide, and make sure that there is so much love coming to this brother, and go and buy. And of course, I want to give a big shout out to my brother from another mother, Baba Luko. This is like the coolest story I've heard from Baba today of changing the life of Mr. Ras Kasozi. Rasta, let's talk about this, learning from the international. You are now in Vancouver. You have learned something. Did you learn something from there? What did you pick from Vancouver when you came back to Uganda? You were able to say, you know what? I've learned this. I want to do A, B, C, D. And so my question to you is, did you learn from the international fashion stages? And what were the challenges that when you came back, you were able to fix?
Basically, I was different. I think by the time I came back, my name was everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. So by the time I landed here, I had to do so many interviews, and I never had experience into that. Yes. So my life started to change a bit, and I don't like the celebrity life. You get email life.
Because you were told you were poor, you should stay this side. Yeah, now you are being
yeah, you have to dress this, do this. Yes. And it's not my thing, you get. Yeah. So I love to keep a low profile, but I got to know the value of fashion, because they took me around so many shops and so many designers, international designers. Everything was different. Yeah. So I was like, why at home they're not doing this? Yes. So what came into my mind was to focus much on the international platform, because I'm loved there more. Yes. And I have a lot of clients outside Uganda than
you are in Uganda.
Yes. So to me, I'm so much into developing youth's talent in Uganda and getting money from outside. Yes. So I learned that in Uganda, maybe fashion is still starting, it's still young, yes. The way we take fashion is not the way it's taken outside there. It's a big business, and here it's about talent. You get? Yeah, the same thing I've told you about fashion shows here. Fashion shows are about entertaining. Yes. You like perform. Yes. But outside there, every year, brands come up with trend and they have to launch them. Yes. After launching them, they sell the copies.
Yes. And that becomes what we wear as fashion in the world, all across the world. Yeah. I mean, Kasozi, that's a very interesting learning. Did you face any challenges along the way?
I was super excited. I think I was young, and people loved me so much. So I was just saving, learning everything. Yes. I remember I used to tell them, like they used to make joke out of me. I never wanted to drink water. They know for them water is life. Yeah. And with me, I used to know I take water because I'm poor. Yeah. Now I'm in Canada, I don't take water. I totally refuse to take water. And they were making fun of me.
Wow.
But the biggest challenge was, how do you leave Canada and come back to Uganda? You get? Whereby now you have learned, and what you have learned doesn't work back home. You get? Yeah. So it's two ways. You leave it, or you challenge yourself. Yeah. You get? Yeah. So, now we're having the internet. Yeah, so I live here, but try to make sure I'm connected to the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much, Kasozi, first of all, for that moment. And thank you very much, everybody who's watching the show from all across the world. Thank you for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, growing bigger and better. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, Kasozi will tell us a little bit more about the new program is doing called the Seed Program, which video we're actually going to play right now. And of course, what are the advice that he can give to the young people who have not been able to, get opportunity like him, or were looking for such opportunity like, Baba Luko gave to Kasozi to go across the world. But also, we would want to know from him, which other stages has he been to since, the Vancouver, experience and the collaboration that have been happening. Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk. We'll be right back after this break.
I joined Seed Show to gain exposure, to become international. I feel through this, I'm going to be known.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. Cause you're a sky full of stars. Cause you light up the path. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do.
itaranto hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe umwamuha itarane eshanu undamuha ebyiri undamuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri maze umutwara arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza agenzura amesha hano uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo agenzura ebyiri maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icyobo ayishamo ya tarano aratinyuka arayitabaye nuko imitsi irayitindira ataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbegurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cyane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itarano narayitabye mu butaka dore ngiyo fata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe ese ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasanga inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itarane 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupapa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
I want you to share with us from your experiences. You've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different, countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities? Yes.
Yeah, I think when we as we said at the beginning, like we are, as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired.
Yeah.
And graffiti normally is about inspiration. Yes. You might say a piece of mask, a piece of, but for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual, it's abstract. People don't understand it. Yeah. But if we could start from the area where people understand, like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Oriema, of Philip Bongole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these, like Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, of course, great piece. Great piece. But then
it's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at like how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. Like Peterson Mutebi, like Misusela Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds it that inspiration. And that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes, but at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, you know, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliance here, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, you know, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane in as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much, you know, sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work, you know? So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.
mbakumbuze igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka iwacu turatarama ngwino urare tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwino urare
biso tolinga kobina ebana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tobina tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro nkwibutsa umugani wa nyashya na baba inkuru ya saruhara rwa nkomokomo cyacana ndetse na ngunda tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka ari wacu turatarama ngwirurare aho dutaramiye nta turataramiye ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe
alors que je lui parlais de la radio. Bonjour Kampala, oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre les français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère,
venez,
viens ma sœur, à l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
venez apprendre les français. Venez à l'Alliance française. venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Le français est langue étrangère la plus largement apprise après l'anglais. Le français est langue étrangère la plus largement apprise
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français est la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et
l'architecture.
Le français est la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués,
la danse et l'architecture.
Oh, oh,
oh, I love France.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love France.
Oh,
I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love
I
French.
love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha.
Venez apprendre le français.
Blood Sekande.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez
apprendre le français.
venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Bien Molière, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En passant par Ayana Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois fondé autour du four du plaisir. Dis-moi le monde en Uganda est là,
en pleine évolution.
Venez,
apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue de
apprendre les
paix,
Français.
la langue de la courtoisie,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
la langue française,
Venez
la langue de la
apprendre les
courtoisie,
Français.
la langue de paix.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille, venez à l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez mes
apprendre
amis,
le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez. Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez
parlez français. Everybody, Bina Moke, Bina Moke, Bina Moke, Bina Moke. Everybody, Bina Moke, Bina Moke, Bina à gauche, Bina à gauche, Bina à droite, Bina à droite, Bina devant, Bina devant, Bina derrière. Parlez français, parlez français, parlez français, parlez français, parlez français. Venez, venez, venez à parler français. Venez à l'alliance française. Je vous invite à venir, venez à parler français. À Kamochao, venez à l'alliance française. À Bukoto Street, venez à parler français. Venez, 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 venez à l'alliance française. Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'alliance. Parler français. Si tu veux parler, venez à l'alliance française. Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens à parler français. Viens, 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 venez à l'alliance française.
At the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
You see, I think there's been a lot of growth and transformation. I appreciate the work national IT authorities doing, and also, of course, they come up with policies that people are supposed to comply with. You know, when it comes to with cyber security, like I said, we have a layer of compliance and governance, whereby government will come up with policies and say, okay, we need you, each and every person should have at least a basic thing, which is antivirus on their devices. Because at the national level, they have what we call cyber threat intelligence, whereby I think UCC has a solution. Because I remember I was involved in that tender for procurement of a cyber threat intelligence solution, whereby we could be able to identify this is the new attack, it's coming from Russia, it's attacking our bank here, then they could be able to block that traffic at a national level. Well, the government is doing something. But then also, as individuals, like I said, we need to also be vigilant. Because the government will not be able to understand which new VPN client has come up, or which new VPN solution has come up, probably because they will not know. But for you, go ahead and download it and install it on your device. And then you try transacting. You actually go to, then you say, oh, I've stolen money from my account. Oh, my information was stolen. Oh, I see nudes on social media. People steal nudes from people's devices, and actually they ask for a pay. Someone says, if you don't give me $100,000, I'm going to publish your nonsense on the cyberspace. You know, so people need to be vigilant. But of course, the government is also doing something.
That's when I started learning that, this is how coffee is. But why is it that we produce coffee here and just sell it when we don't take it here, we don't consume it here? So one time when I had just started my training here, I went back to Uganda. And then I went to a hotel, a very established hotel. I will not mention its name. Then I wanted to see if I have people that know about coffee in hotels, because I knew maybe probably big hotels serve coffee. So to my dismay is that I introduced myself as a barista, and everybody was like, what's a barista? So I said, a barista is a specialist that makes coffee, a person who makes coffee for people to, coffee like, cappuccino, different kinds of, coffees, and people were like very green. I said, this is a big hotel. I expected to find here a coffee machine, and nobody knows about it. So it's, I think, incumbent of us to really transform this entire community, the entire country, to coffee, to learn about coffee, and also to give them the advantages of coffee, teach them about coffee, and then later on they maybe consume it, rather than just selling it.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, you see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans. When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans. All those jeans have signs on the pockets. And I Before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography.
Yes.
And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me.
Yeah.
You know, knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley,
Yes.
that's why you see those lines on my jeans.
Wow.
I brought two theories because they are just theories about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley.
Yes.
So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lango south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think, is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
believe in your skill and your potential to be a good player, because I know there were times when I didn't think I could do it and I wanted to give up, but then my dad, you know, he was there, he pushed me, he would wake me up for training in the morning. When the last day before I had, you know, shots weren't dropping. You know, you just need to have, and you need to have that self-drive, but you also need to have support. So seek for support from your parents. Don't be shy to bring up the idea of, you know, can I go for training today? Or maybe can I get a basketball and be dribbling? Because you need to be able to not make excuses for yourself. That's a thing that a lot of people subconsciously do. They're like, well, I don't have a court at home, so I can't do anything. But you can get a basketball and learn to dribble, you know. Then when you actually are able to access a court, you'll have a starting point, you know. And also to, you know, just if you love something, give it your all. Because I know there was a time when I played basketball, but I didn't love it, so I was just, you know, going with the flow, not really, I didn't have any sense of direction, I didn't have any goal. But when I started setting goals for myself and actively trying to reach them, that's when I actually started seeing results, like with the national team. I set that as a goal, and you know, it paid off when I got to play, and also the Kenya camp. Because the second I came back from Cairo, you know, I was sleeping one morning, I had slept, would come back, it was the second day we'd been back. I hear a knock at my door, it's my dad. Get up, coach is coming in 30 minutes, be ready. You know, you have to be able to do that for yourself, or have someone who's willing to do that for you. And you know, just look for opportunities to play. I know there's like a lot of people who can't, you know, it's not as simple as just waking up, you know, getting a driver to take you somewhere, but you know, look around, maybe your area there's like a place you can go for pickup, maybe you can borrow someone's ball, you know, just if you want it enough, you'll be able to put in the work. Yeah.
First and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really, really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. I'm saying this like there's so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first started basketball. Then 2008, when I joined Namibyango in Senior 1, I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors. Do you remember him?
The left-handed.
Yes. And Omongin. Omongin, last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namibyango. I was in Senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. You know, for us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on, because they were senior 6s, you are a senior 1. You just, the best you can do is watch. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started. Beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday 1, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and, you know, try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and, you know, they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that one. So, you know, one or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport. They would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing, throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in Senior 1, Senior 2, but still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging.
if you look at City Oilers, I mean, we've been, you know, champions for the last, you know, 7 years, and I can tell you that it's because of you know, the players that we have on the team, and I would say that we have, you know, some of the best players in the Ugandan league, you know, on the City Oil. So as a coach, you want to pick your best players in the country to play, and I will not say it is unfortunate that they all come from City Oil, but you know, a lot of those players, you know, are City Oilers, and I really, you know, don't want to see it that because I'm a City Oilers coach and management is City Oilers, it's just purely on statistics.
In summary, you're saying it's purely based on merit.
It's definitely based on merit.
Welcome to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Lateng. It's a lovely Saturday, another day to talk basketball. And today in the house, we have two surprise guests. We have always had guys in the house, but we're going to change it up just a little bit. But remember, we are live on YouTube at House of Talent live stream Uganda, or you can catch us HTV1 on our Twitter. And to begin the show today, I have two ladies in the house, beautiful ladies. For the guys who are out there watching, I know there are guys who have been waiting for this to happen. Ladies, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Esther and Bronny. And surprise, surprise, one of them was actually almost Miss Uganda, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Ladies, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We've had a lot of guys on the show, and it's a rare thing to have ladies come through. Yeah, so I believe the guys out there have tuned in, you know. So, so we have to live up to the hype today, you know, for the show. Just to start off, tell us about yourselves. Okay, we'll start with you, Bronny. I know you, but there are guys out there who want to know you more. So just tell us more about you.
My name is Kusima Bronny Divine.
Yeah.
Age, let me keep that. I am at Makerere University pursuing a bachelor's degree in nursing.
Yeah.
And I'm in my year 2. Basically, that's mainly it, other than the basketball and the modeling bit and family. Yeah.
So for how long have you been in year 2? Because this, we have to be sure, this COVID thing.
I am supposed to be a proud year 3 clinical student, but here I am.
Still
year
in
2.
second year.
Yes.
Interesting, good to know you. Esther?
Esther Mirembe. I'm in second year as well. Pursuing a bachelor's degree in industrial and organizational psychology, Makerere University.
Yeah, so all of you supposed to be third years, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Well, again, welcome to the show, and today we just want to talk about women's basketball in Uganda. You know, but before we get to that, your coach was here. OJ. All of us didn't know he actually had a full name. Mr. Osito Jacob. Yeah. And before you guys went for the FISU games in Kenya, he was here and he was telling us that his girls are going to win. Okay, and it's good to see that he lived up to the hype. You guys actually walked away with a bronze. You see you taking the gold for that. We just want you to walk us through the whole experience, you know, from training at the main ground to the bus ride, all the way down to the games, and what happened there, what was the experience, how did you guys come up with the bronze instead of the gold, you know, what were those things that, you know, happened along the way? I'll go to you, Esther, first.
Yeah, first and foremost, I'll say we had a help of our coaches from the very beginning.
Yeah.
We had so much training. We really did train because we came earlier, had a small camp, since we were home for the whole COVID thing, and we were all chilling, we were off. When it comes to, we were really off.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had training, we had a camp, we all came, all of us, the 5. We had a team selected, so they kept on choosing and choosing until the final 4 players that were to represent Makerere University. And yeah, it was to the whole thing of the traveling and all that. The university made it easy for us. They facilitated everything, actually. Yeah, we recommend them for that. It was a good ride. Even the boys' team, they also had the same experience. We had different coaches coming down to help us. Even to choose the team, the coaches were there to help. So they made sure at least they would have a team that would bring something back home. Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
But did you have a different perspective on, you know, what happened?
Maybe to supplement, and just to say that this was our captain for the travel. We
pleasure.
sadly lost Sharina because she had an injury. Yeah, but we traveled with her and we had her support all through. But I would like to just talk about the team select, the togetherness of sports. As much as they chose the 4 people, the others came every single day to train with us and help us get better, push us, and they did not play with us. Those girls were out for blood. And I'd remind you every day, like, if you do not make the basket, I'm taking your passport. So it was such a beautiful thing training with them. And I guess the journey was, because it was bus, it was a bit hectic. We were tired. We just wanted to reach. But when we got there, Makere took very good care of us, the facilitation and everything, and I guess having that exposure to look at other teams play and what they do and learn a bit from each and every one of them and our coaches and the support system, it was a beautiful experience.
Well, it's exciting to know that Makere took care of you, because you've had complaints about Mook not actually taking care of its players. But I mean, if they took care of you guys this time,
I don't complain.
Well, that's a good thing then. Esther, going for the games, we had teams that represented Uganda. There was you guys, of course, Makere University. There was the UCU. We had Ndeje coming through. Okay, and there's a particular style of basketball we play in Uganda, which I believe is kind of different from the basketball that is played by the Kenyans or the Zambians or the Senegalese. Okay? What are some of those things that you learned from the other teams going forward? Because I believe that you have a tournament 5-on-5 coming up in July next year. So what are some of those lessons that you learned from playing these other teams that will carry you forward into next year's tournament?
Okay, those the teams that we played gave us a really good challenge from the very beginning. There was no team that came joking. That is number one. All teams came when they are looking at the gold. Whatever the case was, it was the gold that they wanted. So they came prepared. One of the things that we saw, we have teamwork, that is one. But at a point, with 3-on-3, it kept on being, there was no shot clock for those games. But somehow the games were running so fast and they were using the easiest way of making the baskets. Is it the shooter on the 3-line, the 3-pointer line? They would like get the ball, dish it out there straight. Not think of, okay, now set, do this and all that. It was quick reaction throughout the whole time, all teams. So one thing, it was first and foremost, it was fun. The games were fun. And also we learned different things with the different plays that we usually use in our games that our coaches gave us, even as the ones that we tried to use. We realized a few of those that they were using, tried to play it out. Because of the quick reaction, it gives you it gives you game reading. So your game reading gets faster because now you know they get the ball and it is straight to the shooter and it's a 2-made already. So you have to get your head into the game. You have to be on your toes all the time because for that anything is happening at that time. No time to doze or think or anything. So those are some of the things that we realized because we kept on, after every game, we kept on sitting and talking and feeling like, okay, what are we doing for this game? You've seen what has happened in the previous game. This and this and this happened. So what are we doing? Because this other team that is coming up, they play like this or they have this kind of thing. What are we doing for it? So you go in that game already knowing what some of the things you're going to do so that you fail their plays that they want to do on you. So basically, those are some of the things.
So it's a good scouting report, basically, for what's coming up.
So we know. We know.
To Bronny, you guys walked away with the bronze, okay? I know you would have loved to walk away with the gold, okay? It would have been actually historic for Makere University, What are some of those things that you guys as a team failed to do, okay? That didn't enable you to get to where you wanted to?
Okay, so I'm going to start with the challenges that we start with here.
All right.
Number one, we're students, so we don't have enough training time. Most of these people who are playing have been training for months. They had training camps. When we talk to the other teams, they tell you, I've been training for this for like 6 months. Some of us hadn't played ball for like a year. And we're trying to pull each other, come, let's play. Because there isn't like a built system that's catering for sports athletes and athletes in Makerere. So that was a problem. So we had very little training time. We literally had like 3 weeks of very, very strict training. Then after that, when we reach the other side, 5-on-5, you have a whole 10 minutes. You can even use the whole first quarter to warm up. You're in your zone. But 3-on-3, the moment you're on, like it's business from second one to the last second. So I guess given that most of us had not played 3-on-3 a lot, it was taking time for us to adjust at the beginning. Or maybe we'd get lazy in the middle of the game, and yet those 10 minutes are supposed to be strong throughout. You do not stop. And then 3-on-3 needs a lot of shooting, but for us, we had a driver, we had the big man, right? And that's it. And our shooter. Our shooter got issues, and it was her bad day.
But I thought Esther was the shooter.
Yes.
Things happen.
Our shooter got 2 bad days, which was understandable. So imagine we don't have another shooter to rely on. When I noticed UCU, everyone can shoot, everyone can drive, and everyone can post at some point. But for us, we had one person that's going to drive, one person that's going to post, and one person that's going to shoot. So it was tricky. We had to fight for every basket. It wasn't easy that I'm going to just shoot and that's it. We had to fight for every basket. We were not taking time to play as a team. We were rushing things. Even when we're in the lead, the teams were supposed to beat. For example, we lost one game, which was such a tough loss. Yes, it was 3-2. Such a painful game. We wanted to die. So that game made us. We beat everyone apart from Kenyatta, 3-2, and then they had to use numbers to table us. And Rwanda had beat Stellenbosch by a very big range. It was 18-3. Then us, we were lazy in that game because it was a sure win. So there were very little and small ranges. So it turns out that we ended up being second, which made us play UCU and not Zambia. So
not Zambia. It was
Senegal. So those are all things that we're not looking at, because coach told us, had you guys beaten Stellenbosch, the small games are also important. So those small things that mattered.
Interesting. You talked about having a bad day as a shooter. So I believe that for every game you go for, every tournament or every training session that you go for, there is a certain kind of preparation that you have to, put in. Okay, so you as a shooter, entrusted to shoot for the team, going in and having a bad day. How do you bounce back?
In the very beginning, after it was like all out there, the 4 was selected and all that. I won't lie, I leaned back a little bit. So I used to go and shoot early in the morning before I go to my internship place for work. But for that last week, I didn't step on court. I just woke up to go for internship. And I felt like the shot is on. It will definitely be on even those days. And then things happened. But one of the things, it is something that it got me thinking that you cannot reach a certain point, you feel like you have achieved, and then you lay back thinking it is all done. You have to be consistent on everything from the very beginning to the last, so that the whole time that you gave in the very beginning does not all go to waste. Because when I leaned back the last week and I used not to go for the morning shooting and all that, it reached in the games and the shots were off. Like it would hit the hoop and then come back to you. It reached a point, and my teammates are telling me, "Esther, don't shoot. Okay, come inside. Okay, do this. Okay, just drive. Don't shoot." Like it reached a point where they were not now allowing me take the attempts because it would cost us. We have to fight for the rebound, or else if it's not for the rebound, they have to now fight like to make sure they get the ball back to someone on the top. Like at least we continue having the possession of the ball. Yeah. So yeah, one thing I learned, and I learned from experience, like I cannot do it again. I cannot.
Good riddance.
Yeah, because now my back, like I feel like all the time I invested in the very beginning all went to waste. Yeah. Just by cheating in the last week. Yeah. And then when I reached, the energy was too much or it was less. Yeah. So yeah, you just don't give up. You continue until it is the time for the game, so that you're still on form. You realize your hand is moving the other way, because each point and my hand was doing this instead of going straight. Yeah. And I realized that in the game. But whenever you used to, like, you do your trainings and you put that right, you know that the first shot may go wrong, but the other shots are going to be right. So just don't lean back. You just have to continue.
So the lesson is here: don't procrastinate.
Yeah.
I always say don't become a professional procrastinator. That takes away from you. Well, you're watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. In the house, Esther and Bronnie, and like I said earlier, one of these two ladies was in Miss Uganda. We'll be getting to know more about that after the break. Stay here. This is House of Talent Television, Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
Believe in your skill and your potential to be a good player, because I know there were times when I didn't think I could do it and I wanted to give up, but then my dad, you know, he was there, he pushed me, he would wake me up for training in the morning. When the last day before I had, you know, shots weren't dropping. You know, you just need to have, and you need to have that self-drive, but you also need to have support. So seek for support from your parents. Don't be shy to bring up the idea of, you know, can I go for training today, or maybe can I get a basketball and be dribbling, because you need to be able to not make excuses for yourself. That's a thing that a lot of people subconsciously do. They're like, well, I don't have a court at home, so I can't do anything. But you can get a basketball and learn to dribble, you know. Then when you actually are able to access a court, you'll have a starting point, you know. And also to, you know, just if you love something, give it your all. Because I know there was a time when I played basketball, but I didn't love it, so I was just, you know, going with the flow, not really, I didn't have any sense of direction, I didn't have any goal. But when I started setting goals for myself and actively trying to reach them, that's when I actually started seeing results, like with the national team. I set that as a goal, and you know, it paid off when I got to play, and also the Kenya camp. Because the second I came back from Cairo, you know, I was sleeping one morning, I had slept, would come back, it was the second day we'd been back. I hear a knock at my door, it's my dad. Get up, coach is coming in 30 minutes, be ready. You know, you have to be able to do that for yourself, or have someone who's willing to do that for you. And you know, just look for opportunities to play. I know there's like a lot of people who can't, you know, it's not as simple as just waking up, you know, getting a driver to take you somewhere, but you know, look around, maybe your area, there's like a place you can go for pickup, maybe you can borrow someone's ball, you know, just, if you want it enough, you'll be able to put in the work, yeah.
To the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials, HTV1, on our Twitter. You can go to our website, houseoftalentuganda.com. You can go to our YouTube, House of Talent Uganda live stream, or just go up to our Facebook, catch this show live, share it far and wide. If you know there is someone who needs to be watching this show, especially for the ladies, and I know the guys out there are interested in what's happening here today, just share the show. And with me in the studio today are Esther and Bronny, who are fresh from winning a bronze medal at the FISU Games 3-on-3. By the congratulations, ladies, for that. Before we went for the break, I will talk about how you bounce back, you know, from being a non-shooter, as we like to say it on court. Yeah, but it's always good to own up, you know, to the mistakes that you make on court. So, to Bronny, when you realize that one of your teammates is having a bad day or a bad tournament, okay, most of us would maybe shout at them, okay, which would really put them down. All right. So what do you do in such a situation? You as Bronny, okay, when your teammate is having the worst day possible and you know you're supposed to depend on them, okay? What do you do to let the team know that you can do better and to let that player know that, you know what, it's okay. This is basketball.
Number one, for those that have played with me,
Yeah.
you know I am not the kind of person that's going to have an emotional breakdown on court. I am never going to shout at someone or anything. So it's something I've very trained myself to do, because personally I do not like to be shouted at.
Yeah.
The moment you shout at me, I am gone. So I would, when she was having a bad day, I would always encourage her. 3-on-3 involves very simple, what are they called? Subs. I'm
Yeah.
forgetting the word subs. Very simple subbing.
Yeah.
So when she was on court and I was out, I would tell her, "Are you okay? Esther, are you okay? Do you need to sit down? You got this, you know." But you're the coach, because there is no coach.
Yeah.
So every time I was on the bench, because mainly it was her and I switching out, I would make sure I'm talking out to her, because I know her mind is now frustrated.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be her guide and her eyes. I'm telling her, move like this. They're bringing a screen. I'm being her eyes off the court.
Yeah.
So away from 3-on-3, what I usually do is I wait for maybe a break or when the ball goes out, and I talk to my teammate and try to reassure them, because that's what I need right now. I need for their minds to be on this court.
Yeah.
And maybe I can tell them, try to do this, try to do this, try to do something else. I try to avail for them.
Yeah.
And I try to not put them in trouble. So many times when you get stranded,
Yeah.
you don't want to look bad. So you're like, yo, I'm just going to throw this ball to Esther right there. Let her look bad,
Yeah.
you know? So I try so much to make sure I'm creating less situations for my teammate to feel more frustrated.
Yeah.
I'm taking on the burden. Even if she's not playing defense, I'm going to play it for her and then tell her, like, do this and do this. So I try to be as supportive as possible, while inside I'm saying, God, Christ, what is happening?
Yeah, so basically be your sister's keeper on the court.
Yes,
Yeah.
basically.
To Esther, basketball is a team sport,
Mhm.
okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter which sport, even tennis, you know, it's you, the racket and the ball, but behind there's a lot that, you know, goes on. You have the
Yeah.
coaches, you have the trainers and all this. What are some of those things that you guys did off the basketball court to help you gel as a team? Because different characters, okay? And when it comes to ladies, it's even worse. Yeah. So what are some of those things that you guys did while off the court to make sure that the team came together?
Okay, yeah. First of all, the team, I don't know, right from here,
Yeah.
when we were training, we built that bond as a team. Having a bond or team chemistry is one of the biggest things that can make your team either be good or very bad.
Yeah.
So the chemistry between the players, that is one thing. We were connecting off and on court. Like if it was anything, we would, before training, we communicate to each other, are you coming for training? Are you coming for training? That is one thing. We always knew what, where, how, about everyone. Like, where are you? What are you doing? We never walked alone, even for the games.
Yeah.
We were together the whole time. If it was to watch a certain team, be like, guys, let's watch this game. And then everyone was given room to speak. I don't know. I was the captain, but I didn't dominate.
Yeah.
I made everyone feel like this is a very free world. Like, please,
Yeah.
say whatever I feel like. And it helped us a lot. Like, the friendship. We are friends. That was like the biggest thing. First of all, from the very beginning, we were friends.
Yeah.
So it helped us even connect more, have the chemistry more, know how each other wants to play, how they want you to play,
Yeah.
when they do this, what they want you to do. So it lessened the issues that might have Come on. Yeah, that is like the whole thing. It lessens the issues, the friendship, the bond, the care. That is it.
Yeah. Interesting, because I coach a ladies team, and I've coached both of you before. Ladies always have a lot that is happening. Yeah. So for them to bond and come together, I believe that when they actually bond, it's a very strong bond. Okay. But lack of that, you guys are student athletes. Okay. Obviously, you have to study and play basketball at the same time. And like Bronny, you're in the medical field. Okay. And most of the people who are in the medical field, be it pharmacy, be it medicine itself, they always disappear. They feel like there's no time. There's no time to do
attacked.
other things. So how do you balance? Okay, you especially being in the medical field. Okay, how do you balance that with basketball time?
Well, okay. So I know because you're my coach. You know that I'd taken the year off since COVID March because I had a lot. I have a crazy schedule. I study even on the weekends, and I just couldn't also show up for training. So many times I would show up late. Maybe I'm missing something at school to show up, or I'm doing something at school and missing training, and it was showing on the court. And I do not like to do things half-heartedly, so I decided to take a break until I can regather myself and be able to do both of them without losing any of them. But how I try to balance, people have always asked me this. Number one, it's grace of God. I wake up in the morning and I'm like, God, I need to go through this day and I need to do all these things. But it takes a lot of discipline. The things my friends are going to do, but I'll never do them because I don't have time to do it. So you have to have discipline, prioritize, know what you have to do at what time, have a timetable and follow it. No procrastination. I do not get to lay around and say, I'm not in the mood to do this. I either do it at that time or there is no other time to do it. So basically you just have to be committed, be consistent, try to make sure that you're showing up for each, and when you're there 100%. I know when I was training, I would have only evening times. I'm the kind of person that never had extra time to train past high school. So every time I was on court, I would give 100, whether my teammates were slacking down or not. When coach said sprint, I would sprint like my life depended on it, because it's either now or never. So try to give 100, and basically at the end of the day, I just trust God for all those things.
Interesting. To Esther, you're doing psychology. Okay. One would say that's also not an easy course. All right. Okay, it's not something like medicine where it takes up all your time, but still, I believe that it also takes a large amount of your time. Okay. And there's always that influence of our parents. Okay. With Ugandan parents or African parents for that case, books before everything else. Okay. So how is it with your parents? Do they support you playing basketball? Or it's these things of you have to hide and make sure no basketball photo of you goes up on social media? How is it with your parents?
My parents are very supportive. They are very, very supportive. I actually thank God for that. Because we have had fellow teammates where they have to hide, like you've said, hide or facilitate themselves for anything and in everything about basketball. But my parents are very supportive. When it came to the time of, I think I'll make it on team, what. The passport, they made sure I get it on time before even anything, before it was even confirmed. The COVID, they made sure I had the shots like on time. If it is the shoes that I need, I'm not going to hustle. They're going to give me that money and I buy the shoes. Basically, even if I say I have training tomorrow, at this time, they'll give me the transport and everything. They're very supportive. That is for sure. So I don't know how to hustle when it comes to basketball.
I wish more parents were supportive. I remember when I was playing basketball, we had to hide to play basketball. You were caught playing basketball. It was like a crime, basically. But going forward, I think our parents realized that it's actually a good thing. To Bronny, the secret has to come out. We were talking about it earlier.
True.
We know that you're not only a basketballer, you're not only a student. there are other things that you actually do. Some people might know it, but some don't. Okay.
Yeah.
A while back, you actually were in the run for Miss Uganda. Yeah, and to some people, surprise, surprise, she was. Okay, so how did you move from basketball all the way to Miss Uganda? Because it's like a complete switch. Okay, and what was the experience like? Did you involve any basketball while you were in the Miss Uganda run? How was it?
Miss Uganda was a beautiful experience, hands down. I learned a lot, I grew a lot. I would never take it back for anything. I would just say I have very many different personas. I have my hands in a bit of everything. And I think it's because I believe in being multi-talented, being, what's the word?
Diversified.
Diversifying everything. Because when I was in Miss Uganda, my theme was creating a multi-talented youth. And I believe maybe I'll do it through sports and all these other co-curricular activities that are there to do in addition to education. So it was a beautiful experience, and I'm a kind of person that dreams, and I will move heaven and earth for my dream to come true. So I reached top 5. I was Miss Sports, Miss Pulse, and when I was there for talent, we have very many different things that we do. There is a beach photo shoot and all that. But for talent competitions, I was doing a poem. But I didn't want to do the normal kind of poem that people do. I recited a Maya Angelou poem, and I made a few tweets to it. I hope Maya Angelou was proud. And I put on my basketball attire, because the poem was about a woman and all the things a woman is going through. I believed that my basketball attire was maybe a representation of something a woman is trying to do that is thought of as a manly thing. And I went with my basketball, and I just held my ball and recited my poem as I was doing a bit of dribbling. Then at the end, I put the microphone down and I did a bit of dribbling. I almost lost the ball. But it was such a beautiful experience, and they were shocked. People kept asking me, "You play basketball? Tell me about basketball." And I felt like at some point it helped me put basketball out there for the world and maybe other people. So, yeah.
Interesting. I remember seeing that video, and as a coach, I was just praying, don't lose the ball, don't lose the ball.
Right? I was thinking, okay, I'm doing this, but I can't just do the front dribble. Let me try the between the legs, behind the back. So as I'm doing the third behind the back, I hit my heel, and the ball just goes away. But everyone is like, yeah. So saved by the scream.
You got away with it.
I got away with it, but it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're out there, you're a girl, you can do more than basketball, you can do more than studying. There's a lot you can do with your life, and these ladies are here to let you know about that. We're going to take a break right now, but when we come back, we'll be talking more about ladies basketball in Uganda, the challenges, and where do we stand. This is a Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Lateng. We'll be right back after this.
One game, one sport, brotherhood, and when you go out there and you put out your hearts and you play great, yes.
I like that East African basketball has really grown, represented by Uganda, South Sudan, by Rwanda, and by Kenya. I know Tanzania is still lagging behind a bit, and Burundi is yet to come, but having 4 of these teams from East Africa making it all the way, to the second round is a very good thing. It shows that there's positivity, in African basketball. It's really growing.
And in the region,
yes,
mostly.
in the region. That is what we need to see. I think in no time we're going to have a lot of players, in the NBA, playing in other leagues. And FUBA, we should really pick a leaf from what, Ferroba has done. And like you said, let's break it down, rebuild it.
Yeah, but in my view, it's not about just taking out the carpet so that you can sweep the dust there. We shouldn't actually pick a leaf from Ferroba. We should take a tree. We should take the entire tree
with its roots.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and in the studio, Esther and Brony. For those of you who are waiting for that secret, well, the cat's out of the bag. Brony was, in fact, in the run to be Miss Uganda. She didn't. She fell short of it, but she got a lot of things that other people just dream about, you know. So, Brony, what was the feeling like when you didn't actually make it all the way? I know that you would have loved to be Miss Uganda, but what was the feeling like, you know, going home that day and knowing that, you know what, I didn't reach the goal?
Well, that day was very dramatic for me.
Yeah.
Because Miss Pulse, I was sure I was going to win.
Yeah.
All the numbers said so. But when it was time to actually call out the person, we would stand in two lines, and
Yeah.
as at the back, so the person standing next to me made space. And we learned how, because we have to smile, we learned how to talk to each other through teeth. So my friend is like, this is your sport, right? So I'm preparing to move, and they're reading someone else. It was such a shaky experience for me, and I had to be strong, but I felt so bad because I knew what my family had put in out there campaigning for it. But yeah, it was later on corrected. But when I went for the top 10 and the top 5 questions, I think a little part of me was not there on that stage. But I felt good. I felt proud of myself because I wanted this and I went for it.
Yeah.
And when you go for Miss Uganda, you realize, of course, you know, you go knowing we're 22 girls. Not everyone can win.
Yeah.
So I was just really proud of how much I've done and how much I had learned and how much the experience had impacted on me. And I was so happy for the winner because she was my roommate.
Yeah.
And as long as the three of us got it, we'd all got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was really proud of myself.
Yeah. Well, congrats again. You know.
Thank you.
Hopefully, you'll run, you know, for another when it comes around.
Not a chance.
Not a chance?
No.
All right. Maybe we'll pass it over to Esther.
Maybe we'll
you
pass
can
it over
groom
to Esther.
Yeah, talking about that, Esther, away from basketball and away from psychology, okay? What are some of those things that you do as Esther? You know, we never know, you might be a Rihanna in the making or, you know, an Azau in the making, you know. So what do you do outside basketball and school?
First and foremost, I'm a pastor's daughter. Yeah, so I grew up in church. Yeah. I can try singing. I'm not a whole Rihanna, but somehow, yeah, I'm there. Yeah, so I'm in the choir ministry. I'm a worshiper. Yeah, that's it. That is most of the time when I'm not doing basketball or campus. You're going to find that I have practice on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, of course. Yeah, so it is church, basketball, books.
Yeah. So balancing church and basketball is a tricky experience because the culture of basketball has always been deemed to be one of, you know, guys who are kind of wayward, you know, guys who are not really straight, if I could put it that way. You know, so how do you balance your faith and basketball? Because if I come and say, you know what, Esther, we need to go and do this, and your faith says, yo, no. Yeah. So how do you balance, you know, that kind of temptation that comes with the culture around basketball with your faith?
I would say it is the grace of God, because you cannot just stand and say, I'm not going for this. Trust me, by your own power, strength, you can't. Because it is fun. When you look at it, it is really fun. You want to try it, but then you remember, okay, to talk something small, there is this teaching, there is Make a Church. It's about your relationship with God. It is one of the biggest things. So you realize it is going to take you back from where you have been, and you're going to know that you have actually set a foot back or set so many steps back. So you know how much it is taking you back and how much you're going to go through going back so that you can reach where you have been or even pass it. So it is basically God. Also, like, you have to pray so much. You ask God for the strength because not everyone can do it. Otherwise, if you just chill, you may just find yourself that side and Everyone just looking at you. As for my dad, who is a pastor, like he will tell you, I'm not going to come looking for you around clubs, what. Even if I hear that you were there or something, I'm not going to come looking for you.
Yeah.
You know the right thing to do. So that is the first thing I'd be like, oh God, my dad knows. I know the right thing to do. So how is he going to hear me that I did this? So I just decide to accept what is happening, what I am, and then do the other side of it, like the right thing. Yeah, basically that is it. Otherwise, you cannot just do it by yourself. Yeah.
Interesting. There's a lot of things that go into basketball. Okay. Obviously, Bronnie, you mentioned one earlier, discipline. Okay. And I believe that to handle such a situation, one, yes, you need God, but you also need to be disciplined.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
God will create for you situations where you need to be disciplined. He won't give you the discipline.
Yeah.
Okay. Bronnie, what are some of those other elements that you have learned in the game of basketball, through the game of basketball, that have helped you in your normal day life? Yeah.
Number one, hard work.
Yeah.
There is talent, yes, but hard work beats talent. I know for a fact most of the things I do, I am not a natural talent. Yes, there is a bit of talent, but I would attribute most of it to hard work.
Yeah.
So hard work is very important. You have to work hard for the things that you want. You have to go for the things that you want, which is basketball. If you want to make the basket, you want to win the game, you have to wake up and decide, today I'm going to be aggressive, today I'm going to do my part to win this game. Basketball is a team sport. That teaches me to work with other people, to work with a family. I'm told I'm a great leader.
Yeah.
I will get things done. So that's something I know I have got from basketball.
Yeah.
Basketball gives you exposure. It's a big field. We know basketball usually has large crowds.
Yeah.
So it helps you learn how to handle different kinds of people, how to handle the spotlight, because we know basketball is known as a cool sport.
Yeah.
In school, when you play basketball, it's like the basketballers are coming. They're going to sit right over there. So it helps you know the spotlight, how to handle it when it comes. However small the spotlight is, when it comes, it's a spotlight in whatever perspective of your life it is.
Yeah.
Then basketball has taught me to persevere. Life is not easy. When we left Form 6, they were telling us, hey, when you leave high school, things are going to be nice. It's a lie. Accident. Adulthood is a lie. There is so much you have to do. There is so much you have to show up for. There is so many people are looking at you and expecting a lot from you.
Yeah.
So all that, if you cannot persevere, if you cannot get all those things from basketball, from sports, from whatever line of your life it is, and just fix them in also your normal life, it's just not going to work. When I talk to most basketballers, Claire Lamonu, for example, was telling us in high school, she's an athlete abroad, and she plays, she trains twice, she works, and she has education.
Yeah.
So with all that, she has like 2 hours of sleep. That's something you can't just do as a normal person, but you know you have to do this.
Yeah.
And those are things you learn, because basketball, even if your muscles are hurting, you have to defend that basket, even if, so all those things put together are things I get from basketball.
Yeah. Over to Esther. Is there anything else you can supplement on that?
About what she said.
Yeah. Or about, the different challenges maybe you'd have in basketball and all.
Okay, so the different challenges that are in basketball for the women in general, I feel like there is a lot of stereotyping. Like you said, when we had just come, you said it is usually the men. Yeah, so it is usually the men in the basketball community. But so many women have come up, but there is a way people feel like, oh, so you play basketball? When you look like that? No, you don't look like you do. Can you even push okay, can you really stand your ground? Can you, it is, the stereotyping is there, but that alone cannot stop the women from playing. So I urge guys, the girls, please, continue playing, whichever stereotype may be there. It is for us to, hit and go through that glass ceiling, whatever that is, so that we can be better. And then maybe the other thing, like she said, the brain drain in athletes. Most of the times, I for one, if I got a very good opportunity to go abroad for basketball, I would surely and also pack my bags and leave. Because I feel like there is so much more that you get from outside than what you're going to gain from here. Right from that training, like I don't know, there are so many activities, the way they're going to get you prepared for the training, the things that you're getting out of it. Like you're going to play, you're going to play your whole heart out, knowing that everything else is set.
Yeah.
But here you're playing, you don't know if supper is actually there. So you have to go and hustle out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll even be like, okay, I have training, but I have to work. Basketball is not going to feed me. Let me go for workout, train some other time. You get that is another thing that I feel is affecting the women basketball kind of thing in this country. Yeah, those are the few things that I think. Yeah.
Okay, well, 2020 and 2021. Okay, with the coming through of COVID, the basketball league was cancelled. Actually all basketball in Uganda was cancelled. Okay, so basically 2020 no basketball, 2021 no basketball, and we had the men playing the Afro basket. Ladies were supposed to go play a similar tournament, but government or NCS in that form did not actually put in the finances for them to go out there. We also have the second division basketball league that is running right now, all men. Okay. The ladies league was not reinstated. Okay, so it looks like basketball in Uganda has become a male dominated field. Okay, now how do we get the women up there when it comes to basketball? Because I believe that you guys are looked down upon. Okay, just like you said, when someone looks at you and is like, oh, you also play basketball. Okay, yet when you look at the international scene, okay, look at the WNBA, look at basketball in Europe, okay, it's a situation whereby the ladies might not be that up there, but they're somewhere, okay, and in Uganda we need to get ladies to that point. Okay, so what can we do to develop women's sports in relation to basketball in Uganda?
Number one, before I talk about the we, I need to talk about the I.
Yeah.
As women, what are you doing? You know, when we look at the world in general, we've been fighting right from the word get-go, right? Like a girl has to stay home. There are all these things about a girl that a girl has to do. So if you want something, what are you doing to fight for it? I remember when I wanted to play basketball, on the court, when the boys had to train, the girls, you either join or leave. But the boys are not going to play you like a girl. They're going to push you around. You know, basketball is a very contact sport. So at some point, he's going to touch you where you do not want to be touched by mistake. And you're thinking, oh my God. So these challenges start with the I. When all those things happen, what are you doing? Are you crumbling or are you standing out to fight for yourself? I remember so many people we started with left because I want to train, but they're getting me off the court. Those that wanted to train would stay and just push through with the boys. I want to train, but I can't run. Basketball is a running sport, so what are you doing when they're cutting off the women's basketball? What are we as women doing about it, you know? People are always raising funds for a lot of things. What are we as the women that want basketball to grow doing? I remember they collected money for the males team sometime. Did we as women come up to say, you know, let's do the same for the women? I'm sure most of us also contributed for the boys as well to go. So number one, what are we as women doing? Number two, when we go to the big level, we need more women reinstated in like big places. For example, we need more female umpires. We need more female coaches. That only, if you ask me to state a female coach, in my mind, I know one person. Coach Mavita Ali. That's it. She's the only lady I know and have seen ever since I was a little girl playing basketball. She's the only lady I know that, maybe there are others, but she's the one that I've actively seen do something for the women through what she was doing with Score Beyond. I know there is Angels doing something. The different teams are doing things.
Yeah.
There are grassroots programs. What are we doing to bear the girls? Girls do have challenges. So yeah, as much as we preach equality and equity, girls are going to need a little extra attention for them to have to go against all those challenges at home, in their lives, in their bodies, to show up on court and do what they have to do. Then the opportunities that are set for girls. For example, university, there is that four points that are given to the girls, or the scholarship, the sports scholarship. It's giving a girl a bit of a higher chance, you know. Yeah, some boys will argue that it's unfair, but it is that those are some of the things I'm seeing that are done. So now when we look at the league, what are they doing to make sure that those young kids are getting in? If it wasn't for my coach, I wouldn't know about NBL and how to get in. So these teams, what are they doing to go to schools and scout the little girls that are playing so well to join their teams? Because I know most teams wait for the girls to come to them. They put it out there, yeah, we're waiting for players, and girls go. But as teams, are you reaching out to make sure I've gone to the grassroots to see which girl is playing so well? I've noticed in the abroad, when you're going to play, they scout you, they give you a training program, and they keep an eye on you. In Uganda, coach is going to see you at nationals and be like, you play so well, you should come play for my team when you finish. Which class are you? Senior 2. Okay. Then all the way to senior 6, you'll never see him. You'll even forget his name. You'll see him again if you get a chance to play. So what are you doing to monitor that child that is continuing? Boys are always looking for things, you know, playing the 3-on-3 street basketball, looking for the coach. But girls have a way they are set back, and they need to be led. They should know. They should let them know that if you actually show up and just let us know that we're going to do this. So they need to create a platform for them to know that they are welcome. And that starts with the top. There is no I'm going to show up if I'm not seeing a female national team that is moving. If I'm not seeing a national team select that is on the side training and playing for a chance, because I have seen the same people in the national team for as long as I can remember. And I also know a lot of people that deserve or can be on that team, but are not being noticed or appreciated or corrected, and I've seen them go wee all the way down. So those are the I could go about this all day, but I guess I'll just stop there for today.
Well, we're pressed for time, but before we get to the end of the show, Esther, Bruna has talked about the I and the we when it comes to the ladies, okay? In like 30 seconds, what can the men do, okay, to promote women's sports, or basketball for that matter?
Yes, so today morning, someone told me, he made research, actually my brother, that these days the NBA actually facilitates the WNBA games to see that they're also somewhere. How about the NBL men starts doing something, not totally like investing in and all that, but it can be with the support system. It can be one very good thing, seeing that creating more opportunities for these ladies, putting up different games like, so as like women can be like seen or showing that these guys also like care. It can start with support, and then with time they can also like recommend whoever facilitates them to like partially have his thoughts somewhere on the women's team, so that like they can all go about like together in solidarity. I think that can work. I don't think it's something big. It can start with support and then financially with time.
I'd actually love to see, a structure like that.
I would give an example. When in school, there is a time they were not going to take the girls, and the boys stood and said, if the girls are not going, we are not going. They had to get the money. So that was a good thing that the boys did for the girls. So
that
just
kind
to
of
supplement on
solidarity.
that.
Yeah.
All right, so your final thoughts. Bronnie, there's a girl out there watching. She wants to get into basketball. She's really not sure. Or there's a girl out there playing basketball, but she wants to get into modeling. She wants to get into a music career. Really not sure what she should do. What would you say to that girl?
I would say, number one, you will never be sure with what you want to do with life. Life is fluid. As soon as you understand that, life is going to be easy for you. So for me, number one, it's God. I have to pray. I have to talk to God. I have to, he's my moral compass.
Yeah.
Without him, I wouldn't be here. Number two, family. Make sure that you involve your family in everything that you do. Make sure they're working with you. Have a support system around you in whatever you're going to do. And the one thing I always tell people, go for what you want to do. Live, laugh, love. Take the risk. If you don't do it, what are you going to lose? If you do it, you'll probably get it or not get it.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, you're not going to get it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah.
But you have a 50% chance of making the ones that you take. So
Yeah.
just go for it, whatever it is. And you can reach out to me on my social media. I have people that I've talked to and maybe helped where I can. And I know we can deep dive into the details of what you want to do. Yeah.
And finally, Esther, there's a girl out there, she thinks, it's too late for me to start basketball. Or it's too late for me to start a singing career. It's too late for me to do A, B, C, D. What would you tell such a girl?
It is never too late to start anything, that is for sure. You can start on anything and everything at any time. It is not yet, time is not closed. You can do it. Put God first, like Bronnie said, put God first. Number two, I have a mentor, she's called Letitia, the one of KCCA. She will call me to ask me, did you train? Get that one person that is going to do that for you, and I thank God for her. Get that one person that is going to do that for you. It can be your coach, it can be someone that has played the game.
Yeah.
Bronnie is here and she's willing to do that for you. Please reach out to her. Basically that is it. And also trusting yourself. It starts with you. If you feel like you can't do it, even when you try it, it's not going to move. But when you feel like you can do it, with God helping you and having your mentor by your side and all that, you can surely make it.
Well, ladies, thank you very much for coming through to the show.
having
I know we could have
us.
talked, someone says we can talk until the cows come home, but we're always pressed for time. But thank you for honoring our invite to come here. Hopefully, we'll have you guys coming next time again, with more of the team. I know there are 2 members that are not here, and hopefully we can get them in next time. But thank you very much for coming. Thank you for encouraging the young girls out there, the basketballers out there, just inspiring people to be something better than they are right now. This has been the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Atengi Manuel, and catch us next time. Maybe we'll have them back. Maybe we'll have a new batch. But we always want to talk basketball in Uganda, internationally, dissect the game, and help this game grow in Uganda. Catch you next time. This is House of Talent Television.
Right? I was also trying to mention
10 seconds on TV is like 2.
I had, shots weren't dropping. You just need to have, and you need to have that self-drive, but you also need to have support. So seek for support from your parents. Don't be shy to bring up the idea of, can I go for training today? Or maybe can I get a basketball and be dribbling? Because you need to be able to not make excuses for yourself. That's a thing that a lot of people subconsciously do. They're like, well, I don't have a court at home, so I can't do anything. But you can get a basketball and learn to dribble, Then when you actually are able to access a court, you'll have a starting point, And also to, just if you love something, give it your all. Because I know there was a time when I played basketball, but I didn't love it, so I was just going with the flow, not really. I didn't have any sense of direction. I didn't have any goal. But when I started setting goals for myself and actively trying to reach them, that's when I actually started seeing results, like with the national team. I set that as a goal, and it paid off when I got to play, and also the Kenya camp. Because the second I came back from Cairo, I was sleeping one morning. I had slept. It had come back. It was the second day we'd been back. I hear a knock at my door, it's my dad. Get up, coach is coming in 30 minutes, be ready. You know, you have to be able to do that for yourself, or have someone who's willing to do that for you. And you know, just look for opportunities to play. I know there's like a lot of people who can't, you know, it's not as simple as just waking up, you know, getting a driver to take you somewhere. But you know, look around, maybe your area, there's like a place you can go for pickup. Maybe you can borrow someone's ball, you know, just, if you want it enough, you'll be able to put in the work. Yeah.
was talking about the under-16 tournament that you guys played in. Obviously coming off a loss to Mali, then rallying up and going for the later stages. If you're to compare, Ugandan basketball with, let's say, basketball from Egypt, basketball from Mali, where would you rate Uganda?
Compared to Mali and Egypt, I think we're not at their level yet, but I know we can be because their preparation is very thorough and they really do invest in the youth basketball and take their time to nurture the teams that are coming for the tournaments. So in that area we're lacking because we have the talent, but the preparation for the tournaments is what needs to be worked on.
So we basically have the skill and the talent.
Yeah.
We just need to prepare better. Interesting.
What is leadership to you?
Well, leadership is number one, walking the talk. I think there are too many people who talk the talk, but not enough people walk the talk. So you have to be a leader. Leadership has to be seen. It has to be felt. It's something you have to learn from. Leadership is being responsible for, your actions, your decisions, being able to back them up, being able to see other people's strengths, to bring out the best in your team, your family, your friends. That's leadership. You have to be able to identify people's unique talents, unique gifts, and bring out the best in them. To me, that's what I think of leadership.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, the brew ratio is, I think, the most important. brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of
Water.
the coffee powder to water, and
yes.
the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I
water
exactly?
do I need to add?
So if you don't master the brew ratio,
oh,
everything is going to turn out a mess.
Yeah.
You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Yeah.
It is a creative industry talk. My name is Eddie Okela and this is House of Talent Television. Welcome to the program. This week on the program, we bring you the story of those who are doing it in Uganda. And of course, we are always talking about local content development by Uganda, build Uganda. Do we really understand what this means? Do we know what local content development means? Everyone is talking about it. And today on the program, we decided to focus mainly on the woodwork in Uganda. You know, the creative industry talk is talking about, you know, furniture building in Uganda. Do you buy Ugandan furniture? Do you have a Ugandan furniture in your building? Or are you all the way flying to China and to all these other places to have furniture from there? Yet you have people who are doing this woodwork in Uganda. On the program today, we focused their story and of course the interview to the young men who I found around the streets of Kampala. One day I was driving and I was looking for Ugandan furniture, and so I used to drive on the same road over and over, and I see this place and there's a couple of young people just doing their stuff, you know, crazy ideas and, you know, things put around the place, and I decided to give them a visit. It started raining, so I stood there for a couple of hours watching and seeing what was going on while I wait for a table to come to my office. And indeed, they made a table. So what I was looking for was, do they really understand what they're doing? Do they understand the art, you know, behind the creativity that they're actually, you know, involved in? And along the way, I realized that they just simply need, you know, somebody to believe in them. So we decided to bring them onto the program today so that we can enjoy the creative minds and the creative people of Uganda in the woodwork in Uganda, in the furniture business in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, welcome you all to the Creative Industry Talk. And of course, my guest today is a man from the eastern part of Uganda. David Anderson Onyango was one of the people leading that particular business, you know, on that particular street in Kampala, Uganda, to the furniture business and supply in Kampala. David, welcome to the program. How are you doing? Here we spread the love. When you do this, you must spread the love. So you have to spread the love, yes. Welcome to the program, and I'm going to take off my glasses so that the creativity can start. First of all, we want to start from a very lighter note. Who is David Onyango?
Well, I am David Onyango Anderson. As you said, from the east, but born and raised of Kampala.
Okay.
I've roamed the streets of Kampala. I've seen my childhood through Kampala, my best and worst. And I am now a woodworker, a law student, and a mental health worker. All in one person.
Yes. So when you say you're not a woodworker and a mental health worker, but first we want to take you growing up. Who was David growing up? What did you want to be in life? What were you looking for in life growing up?
Well, growing up, I went to school in Chitante, right here. I was a very argumentative person. So I think law was always the option for me. But I was interested in art. as an option, as a main part of my life. I was interested in creating beautiful things because I saw beauty in the things I saw most of the times. So I think that explains my choices in both law, which is something I'm passionate about, and woodworking, which gives me the chance to create art physically and see it.
Okay. So we want to just, get straight to this interview and just try to sort of like know you from a certain, angle and with a certain lens. When you were growing up, did you ever make those wired cars, things we used to use when we were learning how to drive, making those things, were you that creative when you were growing up?
I was, actually.
What is the memorable thing that you think you created when you're growing up that when you look back today, you can say it all started from here?
I think it was around 2002. I created my first tipper with actually the ability to tip its content. All in the streets of Mulago, and it had lights, it had the tipping part.
Yes.
I refused to sell it off. I would sell a lot of items, but I kept that one for myself because I think it was the beginning of it.
Yes. Now, talking of that, did your father or your mother ever see you as a creative person?
Well, I grew up with my mother for most of the time, and as you know, life in Kampala, you don't really get time to be with your parents.
Yeah.
A lot of the times because they're always pulling ends together. But I think, I don't know if she saw it, but she gave us the freedom to explore.
Yeah.
She did not control us a lot.
Okay.
She controlled our behaviors, but she gave us the freedom to do our own things that were within her rating of moral and fine. So we had that chance. We could do this, as you said, small wire cars and sell them off, and she would let us use our money for our things. And I think that pushed us forward to know that, well, if you create something good, then you can get money from it. And I think the greatest motivation is always money at the end of the day.
You speak with the word plural, which means us. Who are we? Us referring to who? How many are you in the family, and are you the firstborn or the lastborn?
I am the second lastborn. Yeah. We are in a family of 4 children. Yeah. I have a bigger brother, I think, who comes up more in the plural form. I have a sister who is a graphic designer. Still, I think art is in the family in a way.
Yes.
And my big brother was the inspiration into woodwork at the main part, because there's a bigger age gap, so he went into the business before me. Yeah. And he pulled me into it. But even in the start, I mean, he inspired me a lot.
Okay. I'm talking of that, we are talking to David Onyango here. We're talking about woodwork. This entire interview today on the Creative Industry Talk, we're talking about furniture in Kampala, furniture in Uganda, furniture in Africa. Do Africans buy their own furniture? Do we buy things made from our own people? Do we sit in things made by our own people? Today's topic is looking at the local content development, focusing on Ugandan made furniture. And of course, we have David Anderson Onyango from he's the business development director at, formerly it's called Arc Furniture, yes, but now it's called Chronicle Furniture. I learned this morning. Oracle Furniture, I learned this morning. And it's a new business. They are situated on Bukoto Kisasi Road. And these guys do amazing stuff. So we brought them on the show today so that you can actually understand that there are some simple Ugandans creating local content that are good for our businesses. David, we want to go back to this interview and start this interview from a very interesting point. So let's talk about woodwork. Furniture, Ugandan made furniture. What is your definition of a Ugandan made furniture?
Well, my definition of Ugandan made furniture has expanded a bit the deeper I went into the industry. Initially, Ugandan made furniture was woodwork. It had to be woodwork. But the creative minds that we are, Ugandans, we've expanded. We've expanded into the medium density fiber boards, that is MDF ordinarily. We've expanded into reclaimed wood furniture, where we have the pallet furniture. So it has really grown. But to me, the definition would be that it's a piece made by a Ugandan in Uganda and with our own creativity here, because we have a different scope of creativity from everyone else.
All right, very good. And what is your understanding of Buy Uganda, Build Uganda? We are always talking about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. What is your understanding of Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, Bobo?
Well, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, I think this is what employs us as Ugandans to come back to our to develop and support our own pieces of furniture here, our own items here, made by our creativity and our materials. And it pulls us back to understand that we are going to receive furniture that has been made based on our ability as Ugandans, but feel proud of it because it is made here by our own and from our own materials.
Talking of that, David, most times we think that, when we're looking to buy a bed, I go to Nina Interiors of this world, I go to big time furniture shops to get a bed. But also there are these guys on the roadside for low cost housing conditions, furniture where people usually just go to, buy their bed at that area. But we tend to think about validation and the point of buying furniture from the sense that I want imported furniture. That is when I feel that I have spent my money right. Having started this business, what motivated you to move towards it, and why? Why yet the odds against you are quite too straight that I will go to Mina Interior to buy furniture from them, or I will go to slightly moderate place to buy furniture from there because I want to, there's this notion that a Ugandan made furniture is not good.
Well, my main motivation was and still is the fact that when I look at the furniture from the what you call the high class sell places, I don't see any difference. They actually work a lot on budget. So our local furniture, our local carpenters here do produce items, let's say a bed, using the same materials, the same quantity of wood and even more, and waste it. But because they demand so less from themselves, they keep it at a given rate of quality. They didn't seek to compete with they had actually quoted themselves as the lower end and gotten satisfied with that.
All right, you guys are coming in to sort of like redefine the thinking that has always been there of we can make the Ugandan wood look good, and a person can be more prouder to buy from Uganda and even custom make something to their taste. How has that journey been like, and how are Ugandans responding to that creativity?
Initially, it was hard, really hard, because most of these people, when they get their money, they want to go and buy this piece. I mean, buy it, take it home, and then they're done with that purchase. And sometimes, due to less capital, the manpower, you need the time to actually create this. So first of all, you demand something which is very rare from someone, and that is first of all trust and time. And these are very valuable at the same time. So it's really been a challenging journey, trying to get people to trust you and then give you the time.
Okay, so having gotten people to trust you and get to this level, let's talk about your first customer when you started. The very first day you guys walked out to start something. What did you create for a customer? Did you create for yourself? How did you start?
Initially, we actually worked from our own home. So we depended on our own contacts. We began with friends. First with family, then friends. Then my own realization was that the recommendations are better at the end of the day. So we began getting the recommendations. Until, well, it became a bit hard to invite someone to your home to show them furniture. So you had to now think of a location.
Yeah.
And that is how the journey started. And the trust came from people who knew us, because they knew we had something to lose more than money itself.
Yeah.
And then the other strangers that trusted us because they trusted someone else.
Yes.
Until we've reached at an extent
Yeah.
where we are able to at least now attract trust without a middle person and without prior knowledge of the person.
Okay. David, just before we go for a break, would you quantify and qualify that as being, that very last part of it says, as being, attributed to the fact that when you did something, the person you made for felt happy and felt like, I can recommend these people? Or how did you get to that point of building trust? Because trust is the foundation of business, globally, economy is built on trust. I trust you, I give you business, I trust that you take my creative thinking and turn it into a reality, and you give me this furniture that when I sit in, if it's a chair, I feel good. If it's a table, I feel nice to sit and take my cup of coffee or eat food. If it is bed, when I go to sleep, I feel comfortable that this is something I thought about how I wanted the bed to be like, and I went to David with my creativity, and he turned around my creativity into a reality.
Well, definitely, it is because we've been able to pay back these people's consideration, the customers' consideration, exactly the way they give it back. Take for example, when most of the times, first of all, when someone trusts you, and then they give you the time. So one thing they don't want is an excuse. So you keep it out of the equation. And then there's also the ability to own up to a mistake because you can't eradicate them. But every time you own up to a mistake, it gives you the relationship between the customer and the maker and the seller a sort of a new fresh page to begin from, because it is not something everyone does.
Okay. We're talking to David Anderson Onyango from the Oracle Furniture, Limited, straight out of Kampala from the Bukoto, Kisasi Road, and these guys do amazing stuff. You need to check them out. They're on the Creative Industry Talk. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, the interview with David will continue while we dive into the whole point of creativity. What is creativity by his understanding? And does what he does every single day represent the whole heart of creativity? Furniture, Ugandan made furniture. Do you have a furniture in your house, by the way? If you don't have one, perhaps you need to consider these guys. All of us dream big, but you must have somebody who can bring your dream into a reality. Stay right there. I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk.
If you create a space which enables people to think and thrive, that's a bonus. Before I started working officially, I used to do a lot of freelance work. And as a young freelancer, my laptop was on my back. And I didn't have an internet connection. I didn't have an office desk. It was difficult for me to work at home. So what I did is I would go and sit in a restaurant, buy some tea or breakfast, and ask for a Wi-Fi password. And then I would sit there and have my breakfast slowly, as I did my work, and I sent work to clients and everything, But before long, lunchtime, it would be lunchtime, and they would
be forced to eat also.
They would bring you a lunch menu. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So when you find a space where people can come and sit and pay for a full day.
10,000, I'm told.
Yes, you see, that is creativity.
Yeah.
Because the owner of this building or the owner of this space knows that people, there's a certain segment of the market that can't afford to rent a premises per square meter or 10 square meters or 100 square meters and pay monthly and bring their own furniture, their own internet connection, carpeting, light and everything, a working bathroom, and then lunch for staff members. So they think about it creatively and they say, how many people can this space take? 100 people per day. Okay, good. If each of those people pays 10,000 per day, and they come and have access to the internet and a nice chair and a desk and a good environment where they can concentrate and deliver. That is brilliant. That is creativity in the workplace.
It is a creative industry talk, and welcome back to the program. In the studio, we are talking to David Anderson Onyango from Oracle Furniture Limited. David, welcome back to the program. David, a lot of time when I am dreaming, everyone in life dreams of something good, something, you know, fantastic, something, you know, nobody wants to live a poor life, you know, and we believe that everybody is born creative. We all aspire to have something good in life. Furniture is one of those things that we want to have at home. Nobody wants to be in a house that doesn't have good chairs or good beds, or you know, or a TV stand and stuff like that. We want to talk to you about creativity from the point of how you take my creative thinking and turn it to a reality that becomes the table or become the TV stand that I use at home. And most times, you know, carpenters in Uganda, all world over, they always say that if a carpenter is too good to produce something for you, then they are too difficult to deal with. They take too long to produce the stuff. Typically, take us through the process of you taking my thinking and turning it into a reality dream of a furniture, of a table that I need to have home. And how long does it typically take? Because sometimes you take way too long that people get frustrated. That's why we go for imported wood.
Well, it is very true, and it is a great challenge to, I think, the furniture industry generally. And I think that is what gives a lot of platform to those people that sell finished products.
Yes.
But for custom woodworkers, first of all, you have to understand that the time is not negotiable. The time of production, actually, the process through which this item is supposed to be produced cannot be altered. Usually the altering comes with its own effects. So first of all, it takes honesty to please tell the customer or the person ordering that after this description, it will take this time. And I think while you give the time, you need to put an allowance for yourself based on how busy you are. So the biggest challenge with oftentimes in the furniture industry, they call it the technical curse.
Yes. Because
the more skilled someone is, then they develop the pride first of all. Then they develop the fact that they are irreplaceable. They're like, you will go and then you will come back. So that is not a business mind. But for a person that wants to do both woodwork as a passion and as a business, you have to balance through these things. You have to balance through these things. You have to keep enough pride so that you don't let a customer push you into a shorter time when you know it is impossible to fulfill. And then you have to lower the pride a bit to be able to alter and know that the customer is key. And you are going to need them either through a recommendation or a second job. So when you balance the two, you treat the customer right, you treat the furniture right, and then you receive their ideas, but still you don't alter the carpentry principles, the woodworking principles, because the customer is ordering. You have to maintain the principles, and that way you produce the exact same thing and the perfection that they seek, which pushes them to come back.
Okay. David, do you think that is the same process that everyone out there goes through? Because, well, you have an education clearly to yourself, and there are these people who just learned the skill from the street. They are creative people. They started from there. They are able to do something great for themselves, but they don't have a business mind. How would you help such a person have a business mind and turn around? You know, when we're talking about the local content creation for, you know, buy Uganda, build Uganda.
Exactly. I think historically, woodworking has been passed on, carpentry has been passed on through apprenticeship. So that is the biggest challenge. You learn the skill, you don't get the business skill because the teacher wants to keep their customers.
Yes.
But then, due to the current development, we have the technical schools teaching carpentry. They're teaching the theoretical part, but they are indulging less business. And then the business methods they indulge in are also less practical. They have been written in books. They have not been actually applied sometimes. So I think one needs to first of all learn the dynamics. Consider carpentry as a business, as a trade. And the rules of trade are the same regardless of which trade you're going in. We have standard rules that don't change. So currently, I think it is something I took upon myself, and in our kind of business, we do have apprentices, by the way. We do take in students. They learn, especially through the lockdown. We've had a lot of them coming in and to take on the skill. But we always give them 1 or 2 days in a month where they come into the selling desk and they get to see what it means to actually do the sale. You don't have to be on the planer all the time, on the circular saw. You need to know that after the circular saw, this customer doesn't know it exists. How do you inform them that it is the step that is going forward on their object? And then we've opened up the industrial part of pack carpentry to the customers. They're actually very thrilled when they see how these things are done.
Yeah, so you actually take them in and show them the process, like they say, process by process, process by process, how these things are going. Yes, exactly. So you take them through. So when a customer goes behind and sees this process by process of the woodwork going, when you look at them, what are they seeing at that point, and what is their response when you finally deliver this final piece to their home or to their sitting room or to their offices? Yeah.
Well, they're always very thrilled. It is surprising, even to some of us sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes someone will order something custom, and then you make a work plan, and then you sit and you're like, is this achievable?
But it's a creativity from you.
Exactly. And then as the process goes on, there are customers who have, before the process, who ask for pictures of the process. And then even ourselves take pictures of the process sometimes. And then sometimes you move to a certain level and you call your fellows, and then this is how it's turning out. Okay. And then there's advice. And then when the customers also come in and they look at it and they're like, is that really going to come out? And you're like, wait. And the thrill after they see it coming out, it creates a different set of attachment to this. Some customers have asked for please, can you bring it and I assemble it myself? They want to feel like they're now part of this production team, the production of this item, and they talk about it a lot of times, and it keeps them coming back to the workshop. Some of them have indulged their children into this woodworking just because of how they saw it move. And now the availability of power tools has improved a lot. Yeah. It has improved the whole process. It has made it more conducive for the customers to see and for us to work. The environments we work in are less cluttered, and that is.
So it's not woodwork as we used to know back in the days, where the guy would be, with a nail banging things and trying to turn around things, and it's more professional now. It's more like you're saying that we're learning from you. There's more, electronic tools that have come in that has made this kind of creativity quite very easy. David, that's really fascinating to hear that the customer is involved in the process. So do you think having the customers involved in this process is beginning to change the mindsets of Ugandans, of Africans, that yes, we can make this ourselves, yes, we can make our own furniture, yes, we can make beautiful things, yes, we can turn around our living spaces, and to something that we enjoy to be in, that I can actually be creative and see my little room like this, and think about how this is going to be here, that's going to be there, and I walk to a carpenter and make this, become a reality. Do you think that is improving as the time goes, and where do you see us in the next, couple of years from now?
Well, it's really improving a lot. It has helped a lot. First of all, for the customers to set realistic goals, because as they discuss with the woodworkers, you get to exchange the impossibilities and the possibilities. See, I want this, but well, that kind of wood you want cannot achieve this particular goal. Yeah. So if you want that as an end result, you have to come into this type of wood. And then the advantages and differences and disadvantages of each type of wood. I'll give a live example. If you want a white item to be in color white, a piece of furniture to be in color white, it is more difficult to use a muvule piece of wood, because muvule is naturally yellow. So if you paint white on it, the yellow will always come out.
Yes,
so
yes.
these kind of lessons to customers has made it more easy, and it has also helped the industry grow a lot. It is now more interactive, and interaction has always yielded good fruits, because in that way you get to know each other's challenges and work ways around them every time you're doing transactions with those people.
Okay, so I've seen there are people who come up with good ideas. They have an understanding of what they're looking for as a place, or as a wood, or as a furniture to have at home. And in most cases, they say, I want a black and green and yellow furniture at the same time. Do you always advise them, you know, like, do you go to somebody's house and say, look, the kind of furniture you want, looking at the space you have and looking at the colors that you have in the house will clash, and maybe you'll have to have this? And do customers usually respond to it? Because I see also another side where people are so obsessed with the, you know, spraying things and putting different colors. Natural things like the ones we have in the studio here is not very much, you know, looked at as beauty, you know. How do you deal with that? Do you advise them, or do they just come and say, I want the green table, give me a green table, and you give them? Like you've said, Muvule is yellow. If you paint white, it's not going to come out very well. How do you go through that process of turning around the customers', you know, crazy creative ideas into a beautiful idea?
Well, it depends on how much the customer invites you in.
Yes.
We have customers that will pack up and then say, please, can I steal you away for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
I want to show you something, and then you can advise me.
Okay.
Now, when you give me that kind of platform, I'm going to advise you without even considering how much money I make. Well, sometimes someone will come to you and then they're like, I want a Mugavu TV stand, but I want it wall mounted. But you see, a Mugavu TV stand is going to be extra kilograms.
Yes.
So
if you mount it on the wall and your wall is not strong, basically you're saying it will come down.
It is going to come down.
Yeah. So how do I help them achieve such,
sometimes,
unrealistic goals?
Yeah, most of the time, you do advise them. Yeah. If you want to wall mount, you're going into, you can go into something lighter. We have other lighter pieces of wood, and they look beautiful too. And we can tone them in different ways. Usually wood has a lot of its own tonation, but then when we are going to tone it artificially, we prefer the lighter varieties, the Musambias, the pine. Well, pine has been embraced very much because of the environmental impact of the other hardwoods. We have pine, we're reclaiming with cypress. But you do advise the customer very much, and if they really came into a custom shop and they knew where they were coming, they'll just try to modify their ideas based on your advice, and then you can come up with a consensus on what exactly is going to work for them. And then the other idea is the idea of people taking custom measurements. This is your house, so if you want a TV stand, from where to where do you want it to run? So I'll advise you.
Wow. Well, we're talking to David Onyango, who is the business development director of Oracle Furniture Limited, a company based in Uganda. Started by local Ugandans, very young people. As you can see David here, the people he leads are very young. Fascinating to see that, David, you are actually a law student into furniture. I mean, usually putting on a very good necktie and being, called land friend is more respectable to some people out there than being called a carpenter law student. I mean, how do you balance the two? Why the woodwork and the law,
Well, for me, I think I loved being able to create things every time. And when I went into law, I knew I had the power to create words, to change them and alter them, to determine new things, and do different things with my mouth, with how I speak and how I write. Yeah. So I had one part of my creativity that I had not tampered with, and that is the physical, creating something that I can actually see. That is why I decided to have the same combination. Funny story, when I finished with my A-level and I had a sponsor actually, and he engaged me on what the way forward was. I told him I have two options. See, I'm going into law school, or I'm going into carpentry school. Say, but well, those are not two options. That is one. You're going into law school.
Yes.
I said, okay, then that is law school. So I went into law school, but the passion did not go away. So I brought myself back into carpentry personally after chasing after law, and I'm still chasing after it. And the carpentry has been able to pay for, you know, the expenses of law school. In excesses. It pays, it maintains me, and it has given me a chance to show a lot of other young people like me that we can do this. Well, you may not have two options like me. You may have one, which is law. You may have one, which is woodwork. You don't have to stay into one. You don't fix into one. You can go into each of your options, or you can take them on as a bunch. The human brain has the ability to do both.
Wow. Well, we are talking to David Anderson Onyango, and this is a Creative Industry Talk where we discuss Ugandan local content specifically and directly, you know, focused on, you know, local content development on woodwork and specifically on Ugandan made furniture. How do you find Ugandan made furniture? We're going to be showing you some really good furnitures out there made by these guys in people's homes from their workshop. We want to make sure that everybody who is out there and is a creative mind, you know, find this platform quite a very interesting platform for them to be part of. And of course, creativity and coffee goes all together, David. So I'm gonna just, you know, make for you a French press as we take a break. You also take a moment to just make a French press for yourself. And we're gonna take a coffee break. And the Creative Industry Talk will be right back after this break.
Actually, my editor told me, Jeremy, there is no way you can call your book Man on Top. And I said, no, I'm actually going to call it Man on Top because I think I can sell it. Okay, I think I can sell it. And so the first task for me was to define Man on Top away from the definition it already has.
That we already know.
Yes. So for me, a man on top is a man that is faithful, dependable, and responsible. So I began a campaign about saying you're a man on top, you're faithful, you're responsible, you're productive. So every man has within them a desire to be those three things, to be faithful, to be productive, and to be responsible. So every person who thought they were faithful, responsible, and productive said to call themselves a man on top. You see, that was the idea in terms of the title. The cover really was purely about getting people to pick up the book, especially the ladies. I think it worked.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook. Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists. There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Remember Prince?